Hello there, and welcome to Dharma Science Radio. Today we'll be going over a compilation of videos that I've recorded over time describing the third lining it process of body graph analysis, which is basically my way of saying I'm analyzing a chart from human design called a body graph. And during this time, we're exploring all the various themes that are here on the surface of what it means to be human. So without further ado, I hope you enjoy the show. And if you'd like to learn more for yourself, feel free to reach out. We can have one of these conversations specifically about your chart or someone you know, someone you care about. At any rate, hope you enjoy. Hello, and welcome to the very first episode of Third Lining It, What Not to Do, and Why Not to Do It. So I was listening to Ra'uruhu about the third line, and a purpose for the third line is to share with others what not to do, what not to waste their time on, why not to do something. It's part of the purpose of the third line to expose unstable foundations so that people don't waste their time building something up that'll simply crash back down with time. And so with that out of the way, let's look at this chart over here. You see, this chart is of a 3-5 unemotional generator. This is a 3-5 pure generator. And so what do we know about that? What does that actually mean? Well, the 3-5, this is a profile that receives a lot of positive expectation from other people at first. For you see the unconscious fifth line, and that's exposed, that's shown right here. There's a 28-5 and a 27-5. This is the sun and the earth of the unconscious design. And this demonstrates somebody who receives positive expectations from others, and they're able to deliver on that or not. It could be said as a seducer. And so this means that this person is unconsciously seducing other people to believe in them and to place expectations on them. However, the third line of the conscious personality on the other side isn't necessarily aware of those projections until it bumps into it. For you see, this third line is very materialistic, and it learns through what's called trial and error. It is going to find wherever an unstable foundation is, especially being in the personality. And so this person receives positive expectation from other people, and then their third line personality pushes something to the limit and bumps up against something. It is called a mistake by other people. And boom, the reputation is destroyed immediately. And so that's the first thing we know about this person with the 3-5 profile, is that they receive positive expectation and they're generally destroyed afterwards, and their reputation can be very polarizing, let's put it that way. And so we also know that they're a generator. They have one channel down here. This is the 952, a format energy of concentration. So this person has the ability to concentrate and move step by step towards perfecting the pattern of life. That's what's possible in truth for this person. And that's only available if they're following their strategy and authority, which for this person, it means waiting to respond to life. It doesn't mean going out of their way and making something happen. And we'll talk about that more soon. But the truth of this being is waiting to respond because they have an open and enveloping aura as a generator that is attracting life to them. And if they respond to the timing of what life brings them, there is the natural unfolding of a correct life. And it's quite beautiful. Now, enough of all the good stuff. You can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 undefined centers in this chart. So there are 7 fundamental themes of life that are not fixed, that are open to conditioning, that are, especially in the beginning, they're ripe for controversy and trial and error and just nonsense, nonsense, nonsense. And so what kind of nonsense? Well, if this person is not responding, if they're trying to initiate something, their primary goal is here in the heart center. The first thing that is most important to the not self of this person is to prove to other people that they are worthy and to receive validation from other people. And how are they going to do that? Well, let me tell you, they're going to avoid the truth and they're going to avoid conflicts by gathering attention about things that don't matter in order to find love and direction. You see, because if they find love and direction from somebody else who they're going to really hold on to because it makes them feel good to have somebody else, then they can finally pretend that they're certain to somebody and they'll believe them. And they don't have to feel mentally weak. And that's the basic structure of what that not self is going to do. You see, this person has the 29th gate here in their sacral, in their defined sacral. And what does this 29th gate do? This 29th gate says yes. It's called the abysmal, the deep within the deep. Can I do this with you? Can I take this from you? Yes. Can I something? Yes. Can I abuse you? Yes. Can I mistreat you? Yes. That's how this force begins in the life. It's simply saying yes to everything. Doesn't matter if it's good or bad. It's yes, I'm ready to make commitments. You know, I'm dedicated to something. Because the thing is, on the other side of this 29 is the 46 up here in the G center. And this 46 is called pushing upward towards heaven in the classical I Ching. And as part of the full channel here, there is the capacity to succeed where others fail and fail where others succeed. And so there is the necessary ability to make a commitment to something where other people would not succeed. However, that element is not fixed here. The person might think it is. The person might think, oh, I know I can do this. I know I can do this. I know I can do this. And you know, that's their open ajna up here. This open ajna center is determined to be certain about things. It can never be certain. It has no fixed mechanism of seeing or thinking. Conceptualization as a function is, well, it's about as unlimited as it could be in a human system, if I can put it that way. You see, this open ajna center is wide open. Same with the head center up here. These two centers have no activations whatsoever. There's nothing pointing towards them either. And so these themes truly have nothing to do with the individual in their life. These themes of inspiration and certainty. This person doesn't have to worry about, do things matter to me or not? Is this really important? And in truth, that was inverted, because this is the important question to ask. Is this important here? Because the thing about this person with this undefined head center is there is no fixed sense of inspiration in the life. And so we can be preoccupied with what doesn't matter. And you know how trippy that is? This is somebody who's avoiding conflict. They're avoiding the truth because they're busy with things that don't matter. They're certain that they're right, and they're going to hold on to anybody that believes in them, because then at least then they feel good and they have a sense of direction in life. And so you might notice that I'm moving my cursor over different energy centers when I'm speaking, and this is to let you know when I'm speaking about a certain center's keynote and a certain center's function. For you see, it's this open throat center that has this potential and this need to gather attention. It's like, I need to gather attention. I don't feel good. I don't know where I'm going. I feel like I'm worthless, and I want to avoid that. So how am I going to get attention? Well, I'm going to be certain about something that doesn't matter. And then somebody's going to get my attention. Somebody's going to see me, and they're going to say something about it, and then I have attention, and that's great. I've been validated on some level. I am worthy of attention. And you know how destructive that is, to allow that thinking mind to rule your life? For you see, each one of these open centers, they are portals. They are pulls. They're like a vortex pulling your mind into these themes. In this open solar plexus, it's pulling this person into, I am unworthy because I was not able to fulfill the projection somebody placed on me when I actually put my mind to it. When I tried to do something about it. I tried to give them what they wanted, it didn't work at all, and thus I am unworthy. And that's what this person is going through. That's what their mind is going through. It has nothing to do with the real person. Nothing at all. For you see, these open centers aren't fixed. They don't relate to your unique contribution to the whole. That's what's the most interesting thing. And that's why I love talking about differentiation down here. Because we have a 952, we have a defined channel, we have a generator with fixed adrenal pressure and the capacity to wait, to sit down and do nothing for a moment and concentrate. And what are they concentrating on? Well, if their mind rules their life, if they're thinking about their thinking about their thinking about their thinking about things, then they're being caught up in holding on to things that are bad for them to prove their worth. Because then at least they have a direction in life because someone is around them. And when that person is upset that's around them, well, you know, they're going to avoid the truth and they're going to pretend to be certain about something that doesn't matter in order to maintain that attention they have received from that person who makes them feel good, gives them a direction in their life, and allows this sensation of worthiness to exist because they have no fixed way of determining their own worth. And so the mind is being pulled into all these centers endlessly until this definition has a chance to live. Until the sacral, when it says yes, when it says no, that it is honored. And there's a lot of nuance in understanding what it means when the sacral says yes or when it says no. Fundamentally, I see it as similar to the vortex. When the sacral is saying yes to something, it is like a vortex pulling that thing into it, into its embeddability, into its fractality and its core and the nature of generated reality itself. And that's what the sacral is doing when it says yes. It means that I can embed this within myself and then share it outside of me, and we can all build up from there. When it says no, there's instead repulsion, there's this pushing away, there's this closing off from an energy, a person, a place, or a thing. And so for the sacral being, for the generator or a type, to listen to that yes or no, and to be in congruence with their own nature, so that they can actually integrate and expand this world around them into a big, beautiful picture, and we can exist in a signature of satisfaction. For you see, all this that I've described, all these open center poles, that this person is going to be very concentrated about. You know, it'll be an intentional thing. Because they have this energy of concentration. And if you look at this carefully, you can see that there's a black line going all the way up and down between the sacral and the root. This means there's conscious awareness of this. There's also an unconscious focus. There's an unconscious detail that's being picked up on that influences the whole system. And this format energy of concentration gives them a potency to what they say and do. And so if they're listening to their mind, they will only find frustration. Listening to all these open center poles, these are not self-survival strategies. The strategies we inherited from our ancestors. You see, for our ancestors, the way of the ajna, the way of the mind, this was the most recent evolved energy center and force of awareness upon this plane. And so for them it was the binary of strategy, this or that, yes or no, binary, always, all the time, that's all there was. However, for those of us born alive today, ever since 1781 and the discovery of Uranus by William Herschel, there has been this emergence of the solar plexus within our system. As we shifted from a Saturnian body the 7-centered classical yoga, into this 9-centered form that we see here of human design. For you see, there's new awareness on the block, the potential of solar plexus, the potential of true soul, true emotional awareness. This is possible. This is beginning to be possible. And that wasn't for our ancestors. And so we inherited all this strategic conditioning from them about how to behave. And what it results within this generator system is frustration. If you're ruled by the strategy of our ancestors, all you find is frustration. If you allow your own mutation to be alive, if you allow your generator sacral, if you allow yourself to say yes and no, if you allow your body to say yes or no and trust that, then you have a chance to turn all of these pulls into, I need to prove my worth, I need to avoid conflict, I need to find love and direction outside myself, I need to hold on to what's bad for me because then at least I feel something, I need to find attention from other people, I need to prove that I'm certain about something so I don't appear foolish and I'm inspired by what doesn't matter. Once all of those are no longer the driving force in the life, there is a chance for each of those to flip into wisdom of, I know what is worthy, I know what is truly valuable or not, I know the truth and I'm not afraid of conflict, I know what is good for me and that is what I hold on to. I know that I love myself and therefore I don't need to find love outside of myself. I am made up of love. I don't need to gather attention because I know how the mechanics of attention work. I know how to gather attention. I know how to disperse attention. It's not a big deal. I know that I'll never be certain about anything in life. I know that nothing is certain. My mind can never be certain. And the weight of what doesn't matter is no longer the most important pressure causing me to think. Once those wisdom potentials are open, it's only possible through trusting the sacral response. For you see, in those not-self pulls, you're pulled away from the no in here and you pretend it was a yes. And then you're in a space where you can't integrate. You're in a space where you're learning what you can't actually share. So you're not actually learning anything. And that for me was a lot of school. Like, I didn't care to be in ordinary school. I learned all kinds of stuff that I'd never shared because it didn't mean anything to me. And so now that I'm thankfully out of school, as a generator myself, I can exist in a satisfied frequency, like this person could as well. For you see, as generators, we are the force that is generating the primary frequency of reality that others have to deal with. And when all those not-self poles are ruling your life, it's frustration, pure frustration. And it doesn't have to be that way. So if you'd like to learn more, feel free to reach out, or at least look forward to the next episode. Take care. Bye for now. Hello, and welcome to the second episode of Third Lining It, where I, as a third line, talk about what not to do and why not to do it, so that we can save time, energy, and money from the pitfalls that our mind gets caught up in. And so if you look to my side over here, there's essentially a body graph chart. And now this is the human design system. And essentially what I can describe what not to do is called mental decision making. And so essentially this mental decision making is the result of survival strategies and patterns that we inherited from our ancestors over thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago. However, in 1781, there was a mutation that occurred in the human form, and as a result, there is now the potential for these physical bodies to rule their own life, and for our mind to be a witness of the body living its life and to be able to share something new as a result of that. And so essentially this body graph chart right here is that of a 4-6 profile. You'll see that over here there's a 4th line, 0.4, and over here there's a 6th line, 0.6. And so this side on the right represents the conscious personality. This is what you're aware of and who you think you are. On the left side we have the red. This is the unconscious design. This is your body's intelligence. Other people can see this a lot more clearly than you can yourself in general, because we don't have conscious access to it. It essentially is a map of the unconscious form that you live within, that you're looking out from, that this personality sees through. And so one thing we know about the 4-6 is that the 4-6 profile is opportunistically seeking the chance to influence its friends as a role model in the ideal. However, on the negative end of things, we have what's called the not self. Now this is that result of mental decision making, and it's the result of survival programs that we inherited from our ancestors. And so this not self begins with open centers, energy centers that are not defined. These are what rule the not self. And so to get a little picture of that, right here, these purple closed centers in this not self chart, these are the not self ruling centers. And so essentially we have fundamental themes up here in the crown of inspiration. And so in the truth, this is caring about things that matter. And in the not self, this is preoccupied with things that don't matter. Specifically what doesn't matter, that's what has my attention. If you try to bring something to me that matters, well, I'm going to bring up something that doesn't matter and go off on a tangent. Over here in the open G center, in the very center of the entire body graph, you can see that every single one of these gates is unactivated. And there's a wide open G center, which leaves no consistent sense of direction in life. And so in the not self, when your mind is ruling your life, how the mind deals with this lack of consistent direction is to try and find direction outside of oneself, to see other people as opportunities for direction in life and love. For you see, not having the self-love of one's own direction is part of this person's life. They don't have a fixed sense of self-love. And so they might seek it from other people. And in fact, they're going to seek it from other people about things that don't matter. It's like, oh, you care about this thing that doesn't matter like I do? Wow, you're really cool. I like that. Maybe you're going in a good direction and we can go together. And along that way, following somebody else's direction based on things that don't matter, they're going to be avoiding conflict and avoiding the truth. So you see, this really paints a story. This paints a picture of this person. We have this opportunistic role model who is very busy with things that don't matter, looking for direction outside of themselves while avoiding the truth. And so if I can follow your direction, I will avoid any conflict that I might cause you. I will make sure that I don't bother you at all. And we can enjoy the things that don't matter together. Since we're ignoring the things that do matter, we're ignoring the truth together. And on the energy center level, that is what this not self is doing. Now for single definition people, that's all there is. When you've only got, well, when you have definition that connects energy centers and it's all connected to itself, the most primary thing are the open energy centers. And so this person is actually a split definition. You see they have ajna to throat, to spleen, to ego, and they're also a generator because they have sacral to root. And so this person is a split definition, meaning that those open centers are not the one and only most important thing for them. It is actually the bridging gates that connect their split together. And there's many of them. One is this 45, this gathering together, this ability to speak for the tribe. Another is this 27, this ability to care and to nurture and to actually put in the work to follow the tribal values. Another one is this 54, the ambition. For you see, they have an unconscious nose to sense what ambition is correct or not, what ambition is genuine that can lead to transformation materially. However, they don't have the ambition itself. And so they'll become caught up in, oh, I need to have this, and I'm going to do this for sure. I'm going to rise up, because it's not fixed. And lastly, this 18, this gate of corrections. This gives the ability to have an instinct around, oh, this is how we fix that. This is actually how we're supposed to do that. And what they truly have is the 58 on the other end. And so this 58 is the joyous ability to make that correction. So they're willing and able to correct, and they don't know what the correction is. And so in their not self, when their mind is ruling their life, it's about knowing what to fix. It's about knowing which ambition is true and truly having that ambition oneself. It's about caring and putting in the work to care for others around you and to nurture tribal values. And it's about the need to communicate properly what we do and don't have. So where can we distribute the resources? And the thing is, they don't have an ability to communicate where to put the resources. They have the ability to enforce the rules, to enforce that communication from somebody else. And because they're a generator, you see, this is perhaps the most important channel in their entire design. This 360 channel. This is a channel of mutation. It's a channel of individual melancholy. And it's a format energy of the pulse. And so everything about this person either is or isn't in the moment. And it often isn't. It's often nothing's happening. This is boring. When the mind rules the life, I tell you what, it is so boring. Nothing's happening. What's going on? There's nothing new. It's all the same old, same old. And then, wow, something's happening, and they're so caught up in it, they're up all night and they don't even notice. Because you know what happened is they started amplifying the emotional waves from somebody else because they gave them a brand new direction in life about something that doesn't matter. And you know what it results in? They're a generator, so it results in frustration, deep, deep frustration that is unable to truly be shaken off. For you see, when you are caught up in mental decision making, when these open centers and hanging gates are ruling your life, you want nothing more than to fix what cannot be fixed. You want nothing more than to change what cannot be changed. And in doing so, you lose sight of the truth. You lose sight of what's actually going on. This person is a generator, and so that frustration that they feel is a sign and a signal that the generated life force energy of this mutative sacral is not going in the direction it was born to go in. And so that's a key signal right there. Right there, if you're experiencing that frustration over time and you don't know what's going on, because as you can see here, if you can see this little red dot or this red line at the bottom from the 60 is unconscious and the 3 is conscious. So this person is not conscious of their limitations in life. However, from time to time, they pull out something new from their limitations, and the system is mutated, it's transformed. And so if they can go forward with that transformation in a good way, if they're not initiating in life, but instead they are responding to life, then they can experience the satisfaction which dissolves the frustration. It dissolves the need to make decisions from the mind. For you see, this person has a defined ajna. This green triangle pointing down right here, this is the ajna center. This means that this person has a fixed system of conceptualization. So they have a very narrow and specific band through which they think. And it's going to think the same way throughout the entire life. And what they can do with that, not only are these the ideals of the 1156, being able to communicate things that inspire other people, there's the 1648, giving this ability to practice that communication and get better at it. And the 4426, meaning that they're a good salesman in a generic sense. They're able to convince people that they need something. They're able to speak to the immune system in the other person and let them know, hey, this would be really good for you. And the temptation is to use that, because this system, incorrectness, you can use what you're thinking to communicate a beautiful ideal skillfully to another person that will bring them health. However, in the not self, the temptation is to use that communication for yourself. You see, this mental system, this ajna, is for the benefit of others and your own entertainment within your perception. When you're learning to watch yourself and you can laugh at yourself, there's deep entertainment there, in truth. However, in falsehood, in the fiction, in the not self, what happens is that this fixed ajna, this defined conceptual system, is telling the body what to do. And it's got the willpower of the ego behind it with a fixed immune system. So there's a lot of pressure and power behind this system. However, the sacral is the authority. And so without the sacral operating as authority, what's going to happen is this ego is going to get pressurized about emotions to avoid the truth, while holding on to somebody who gives them a direction over something that doesn't matter, because they can communicate to this person and keep them around. And they're going to disrespect their sacral. They're going to be experiencing frustration the whole time. That's going to keep them from truly being satisfied and fulfilled in life. All because they didn't wait to respond. All because they let their emotionality get to their head. Rather, their lack of emotionality turned into amplification of other people's emotionality. They allowed that to get to their head. And then it took control of the life and the decision making with their willpower, with their ego. And you know what? They're a 4-6, so they're going to be hypocritical the whole way. If their mind is ruling their life, they're going to be hypocritical until they're 60 or 70 years old before they pass. For you see, this is the thing about the 6th line, is they're under the most mutative pressure of all lines. And by the time they've come down off the roof, about 50 years of age, the program has new expectations for them. They are either walking their truth as a role model, or they're a hypocrite, and they're probably going to die soon. And so if you want to guarantee a long, healthy life as a generator, you're probably going to want to listen to your sacral, trust your gut response. And you don't have a defined emotional system, emotions don't belong to you. Don't trust that feeling. Trust the gut response in the moment. And so that's all about I have on that for the moment. Thanks for hanging out and listening to me talk a little bit about design. It's kind of a new experience for me to talk about the not self in this way as my focus. I've always been interested in the true self and what's really possible, rather than what we're all caught up in from mental decision making. However, the value of sharing this so that we can become aware of these open solar plexuses amplifying emotions, and these open crowns being caught up in all kinds of things that don't matter, and these open G's looking for love and direction outside of themselves. And we can get beyond that determining our life, and we can begin to live in a holistic and truly satisfying way. So I hope you're having a good day. Bye for now. Till next time. Hello there, and welcome to Third Lining It, where I, as a third line, talk about what not to do and why not to do it through the lens of the human design system. And so if you've been following along, you'll notice that this chart we have here on my left is actually the first chart of a projector that we're dealing with. For you see, this chart does not have a motor, which is either this sacral center, this root center, this emotional center, or this ego center, defined to a motor, or rather to the throat. You see one of those four motors, if it has a way to connect and define to the throat, that would make a manifester. However, this person has an undefined sacral, and they have motors defined that do not touch the throat. So we know right away this is a projector type. And so we know right away this person does not know when enough is enough. This is the fundamental theme of this undefined sacral center. Unlike the previous two charts, this person does not have an inner response system that is consistent and regular in its function. This person doesn't have this inner yes or this inner no that they can trust for every decision that shows up, which life is attracting towards them. Instead, they have a very unique and special relationship to vision, to being able to see things in a different way. For you see, this projector type was first born on the year 1781 when we had this 9-centered human mutation occur. And so this person does not know when enough is enough. They're a projector. This element of seeing allows them to see into what's called the magnetic monopole of another person. And so this magnetic monopole essentially holds together the hologram of separation. This idea that you and I are distinct and different people, and we have different locations in space-time, and we move in different ways. The orchestrator and the driver of that function is the magnetic monopole. And so what makes projectors different is that they can see into the monopole, the very dynamics of reality. And if they can see so clearly, if they are clearly able to recognize the truth from what is not true, then it results in success. The fundamental signature frequency of a projector is success, quite literally, in every aspect of life, in any aspect of life. What they bring is success to the entire human experiential way, to our process as humanity. Projectors represent the culmination of that and the potential for us to recognize things that have gone unrecognized for at least 100 years. Ever since 1781, we have had new potential that has gone unrecognized. And it is through the wisdom of projectors that we have the chance to see it. And that leads to success in the natural frequency signature for this being. However, this is third lining it after all. I can't focus on the positive and the beautiful the whole time, as I love to do. I have to be able to communicate what is negative and what is not true, the falsehoods that hold us back from embracing our truth and realizing something brand new. And the bitterness of a projector is unlike anything else. These people can find bitterness along the road to success. These people can rise up in the hierarchies of business and corporate structures in a way that is astonishing to me as a generator, because it's like they're pointing out bitterness everywhere. They're saying, well, that's wrong because of this. Well, this could be better, and that could be better, and this can be better, because they can see, and they're bitter because it upsets them, the ways in which life is not naturally conductive towards success in our human realm because we become so mental about things. And so this bitterness becomes this characteristic of them that is, that can still allow for some potential benefit, and yet it's so terrifyingly heartbreaking in truth. For this person, as we said before, with this undefined sacral center, this person does not have any way to know when enough is enough until they recognize the harm that it can cause from going too far, pushing too much, needing more than what is correct. And the thing about that is attenuated by this root center down here at the bottom that is also undefined. And since this root center is undefined, we know that this person is under immense pressure from their mind to be busy. You can't sit still, you can't wait around, you got to get rid of the pressure. Somebody has an expectation from you, somebody wants something from you. I need to do this right now and get this accomplished so that it's finally done. And the joke of this is that the only way in which they can truly alleviate the pressure when they're constantly under this need to eliminate it is to die. You see, the mind will never stop thinking. The mind will never stop with its process. And it's not about making it stop. It's about accepting that what the mind thinks has nothing to do with telling the body what to do. And when the mind is thinking in a way that results in the mind telling the body what to do, we not only know this person doesn't know when enough is enough, they're also going to be extremely busy under a lot of pressure to get that done right now. And whenever that's done, it's the next thing is done right now, the whole time. And you know what? There's one more undefined center here. This open crown center, open head center. The function of this center is to provide pressure to the mind, to the conceptualization process, to the thinking process. And the fundamental theme is inspiration. So what is inspiring you? And in the not-self, with this undefined head center, what matters to this person, what's going to occupy their time, what's interesting to them, is specifically what does not matter. If you try to bring something to them that matters, you know what happens? Is that they are far too busy with not knowing when enough is enough, trying to alleviate the pressure that they feel from the expectations and the spiritual pressure of life even. For you see, this person is a 6-2 profile. That means this person is a role modeling hermit. The program, essentially life itself, has immense demands from them. Anybody with this 6-line profile, that could be a 6-2, or it could be a 6-3, or a 3-6, or a 4-6, rather 4-6. For in the 4-6, the 4th line is in the conscious personality, and the 6th line is in the unconscious. That's where the deep, mutative, changing, role modeling pressure is. And within this system, it's a 6th line on the personality. So it's conscious access to this circuit level potential of awareness. You see, the 6th line is very different from all the other lines. Instead of being absorbed in its own individual personal process, like 1, 2, and 3, instead of being interested in how it can opportunistically influence its friends, like the 4, instead of receiving all the positive expectation from strangers, like the 5, the 6 is the role model, the true, genuine human role model of what is potential for someone in this life today. And the thing is, the program, life itself, expects and demands from them integrity, to have right action, to be able to be correct within themselves, and to honor their own inner sense of truth. And so for this 6th line, there is the demand of being a role model and honoring that inner truth. If they do not do that, then they become a hypocrite. And the thing about hypocrisy is, in the program now, with these 6 lines, hypocrisy is not something that is supported. And so people with this 6th line in their profile, this projector here, if they're not waiting for the invitation, if they're not trusting their emotional system and giving time to wait for clarity on decisions, then essentially what they're doing is they're listening to the pressures of their mind, which is made up of fundamentally not knowing when enough is enough, being busy over absolutely nothing and anything about things that don't matter. So they don't know when enough is enough. They're really busy dealing with it, and it's only about things that don't matter if they're listening to their mind and they're not waiting for the invitation. And that hypocrisy can kill a 6th line early. They can die early, because essentially for 90,000 years before 1781, that was the farthest we could go evolutionarily, was hypocrisy of do as I say and not as I do, this was the farthest extent we could reach until that moment of shifting where receptivity was reborn into our human genetic structure. In 1781, when the projector was born with this capacity for receptivity to see into the mechanics of reality in a way unlike others. And it comes out from the wisdom, for you see, they do not know when enough is enough. And eventually that becomes the wisdom of knowing exactly when enough is enough, why enough is enough, and how enough is enough. But at first, well, you see, it's got to be pushed to the very limit. They're a 6-2 profile, and this second line unconscious gives a powerful natural determination towards their own ability to perform. They simply do things. They don't know why or how or what. It just happens. And that 6th line, under that deep mutative pressure, is going to be pulled into that undefined sacral of not knowing when enough is enough. And now, what are the themes that are consistent in this life? What is going to be exploring not knowing when enough is enough and being very busy this whole time about things that don't matter? Well, the first thing we see is that we have ajna, to throat, to self, defined primarily in unconscious. So what this person has to say and has to think about things, they're not primarily accessible to it. Things come out of their mouth and they don't know why they said that, because they have an unconscious direction in life that can communicate itself through logical ideals that has opinions backed up by details. And those details are fixed. That direction in life is fixed. And the thing is because it's fixed, because it's fixed, they think they can get away with using their thoughts for their own benefit, and that's the fundamental misuse of the mind. Your mind can't tell your body what to do. Your mind doesn't comprehend reality in a way that is clean from its own limitations. You see, your mind can only see reality from its limitation. And when that mind is not ruling the decision-making of the life, then the mind is free to give clear, crystal, clean outer authority. And sadly, we know that's not what this person is dealing with until they consciously engage with the experiment. And so even though they have this consistent sense of direction in life, they have this fixed ability to communicate with this 16th gate hanging, meaning they're willing to try things out. So they might not know what's going on in their mind, but they're willing to identify with something to try and carry that momentum forward as an experiment. And on the other half of this split definition, we see the 3740 and the 2644. This 3740 gives this drive to be a part of community and to be a piece of a much bigger picture. Whereas this 2644 brings this element of communication that is able to speak to the immune system of another person and convince them they need something that's truly good for them. That's in the true self. In the not self, this person has the capacity to belong to an organization or a tribe or a family, this 3740, that is willing to misuse, abuse, manipulate other people for the benefit of their own tribe. And that's because they're too busy with things that don't matter, because they don't know when enough is enough and they've got to relieve the pressure. How are they going to do that? Well, you know what? They're not going to wait for the invitation. They're going to make things happen, and they're not going to wait for clarity. They're an emotionally defined being, and this 3740 gives a tribal ratchet wave. This click, 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 boom! For you see, this connects us to our tribal ancestors, wherein if a neighboring tribe would have bothered you, it wasn't that big of a deal until it happened again and again and again and again, and all of a sudden you're so angry that your family ends up killing one of them to send the message of, hey, that's not okay. And with this 2644, this is a huntering element. This is the ability to kill fish, rather not fish. Primarily, actually no, I believe it is fish. It is fish and fowl. So it is the birds in the sky that are flying and the fish underwater. This is what gives a relationship to not only be consuming those, but to manipulate those populations. And in the not self, that person is going to be manipulating other people with this same fear. For you see, the 44 is this fear of extinction. Not just like I'm going to die, but we're all going to die if we don't do something about this. So this person's under a lot of pressure. You know, they need to hold the community together by abusing other communities and expressing that, well, in this perspective, because my mind is defined and I have this logic, there's actually a good reason for it. We have to care for each other. We must survive. And yet they'll never have access to their true intelligence without waiting for the invitation, for they are a projector. And you know what? They're a split definition. So there's one thing right here that sticks out to me and one thing right here. These are the two bridging gates. It appears to only be these two. For you see, a bridging gate will connect this definition structure with this definition structure. So the 21 is the gate of control. The 48 is this gate of depth. And so the number one most important thing for this person, the way in which they can alleviate all the pressure and get through what does or doesn't matter and finally learn what enough is enough, so they think, is through controlling things with their depth that they don't have. You see, I need to have control over the situation. I need to be able to share with you the deep importance and the meaning behind everything that I'm saying. And the thing is they don't have control. They don't have the depth that actually allows that to be a true consistent element in their life. So maybe when a transit comes along or another person comes along that can bring that element of control or brings that element of depth, then they will feel more whole within themselves because they've been bridged on the inside by an external force. And it's not reliable. Yet they will continuously be busy over things that don't matter because they don't know when enough is enough to keep that person around or those people, those forces around as much as possible, to see the importance of those things, whether they can even recognize they're there. It could simply be a planetary transit that lasts for a few years and suddenly they feel like they're in control of life and their things are going well. There's a transit in there that gives them control, that gives them their depth, and they're a whole being and it's all good. And then that transit leaves and suddenly all of the control falls out of their fingertips. They suddenly witness everything crumble apart, and it's as if they don't have access to the depth that they had that was able to control and hold things together. And they won't know why. They'll have no idea. They'll think it's maybe their fault or somebody else's fault. When in fact, mechanically speaking, using the physics of reality, as I see it through the human design system, it's simply because this person did not wait for the invitation. They didn't honor their strategy as a projector. For you see, right here in the G center lies something called that magnetic monopole, which I mentioned earlier, that which holds together this hologram of separation that the projector can see into. And you see, the thing is transference is part of the function of this magnetic monopole. It's part of life. It's necessary. It's important. And a little bit goes a long way. And you see, I call it like salt. When you're pulled into the not self, it's as if salt overtakes you. You see, the thing about salt is that a little bit in a dish, and it makes the flavor pop, and it really brings it to life. And yet nobody wants to eat a handful of salt. Spoonful after spoonful after spoonful of salt. Nobody wants to do that. They know it's going to be bad for their health. And yet energetically, that's what they're doing by letting their mind tell their body what to do. They're engaging in this overproduction of energies that don't belong, this obsessive compulsive pull into black holes of ignorance. For you see, that's what I call an undefined center in the body graph. These are black holes of ignorance until they become wisdom. For you see, this is the fundamental thing this mind is interested in, finding the control and the depth to alleviate the pressure about something that doesn't matter, because they don't know when enough is enough. So they will keep going again and again and again and getting away with what they can get away with. For you see, the 6-line profile, under all that mutative pressure, it's not a personal pressure so much as it's a collective, it's a humanitarian pressure, it's a species-wide pressure that they're under. And so it goes as far as it possibly can until it can go no farther. It discovers its own unique truth, and then it lives it or not. And if this person can wait for the invitation as a projector, because the thing is their ability to see into that magnetic monopole gives them deep, unique insight. And if they share what they see with somebody else without having that invitation or that recognition first, then it will never land, ever, period. That's how it works. However, if they wait for the invitation, there is the chance that it can land. There is this opportunity that allows the other to recognize within you the fact that you've already recognized something grand. And then they invite it out from you, and then they're ready to receive it. Whereas if this projector tries to manifest it, if they try to go out there, going door to door, talk to every single person and trying to spread this message, they're going to have so many doors slammed on their face. Simply because it was not invited. It was not the correct time. They were not ready to give the information because they were still looking at life through a backwards lens. This lens of my mind is here to tell me what to do, and I'm going to do it well, and I'm going to succeed. And you know, for 90,000 years, that was the way. It simply is not anymore. This person needs to wait for emotional clarity. They have a defined solar plexus right here. And this solar plexus means that there is no truth in the now. There's only relative clarity. However, it's defined to the spleen, and the spleen is right now only. It sends its message once, and that's it. It might be quiet, it might be very loud, but it won't argue with you about it. And so what happens in the not self when they're overridden by pressure to get things done and the need for control, what happens is that splenic system sends pings constantly to the emotional system, and it's feeding information to it. And in that not self structure, it's feeding pings of that was wrong, that's not good, let's get out, go, don't do this, go, move, don't do that. It's giving those signals, and they're building up in that emotional system, and they're not properly being handled. They're not being weighted for clarity. They're allowed to bubble up and boil over and simmer into all this kind of nasty nonsense because they don't know when enough is enough. They're just going to keep simmering, and they're just going to keep pushing because they have a defined ajna. You know, they can see the pattern and they know they fit into it. And once they wait for the invitation, they'll have the chance. And yet until then, it'll be continuously occupied with things that don't matter, trying to get the thing done without ever knowing when enough is enough. What a horror that is. This person has so much wisdom. They could be bringing health to other people in their community while truly participating as a leader of logic. Somebody who can see into their projection of the future and give a direction to others that allows us to go forward in a good way. And yet in the not self, it'll never be in a good way. Not for them and not for other people. And I think that's about all I have on this chart for the moment. It's difficult for me to focus in on the negative and to really dive into that notion of how horrible our mind can abuse our bodies. When I know how much nicer the experience of life can be when we trust the body, when we let life live itself. How freeing it is for the mind, and how relaxing it is for the body, how satisfying, how successful, how peaceful, and how surprising it is to truly see with your own eyes. And with that, I hope you're having a good day. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to Third Lining It, where I, Ian, as a third line, talk about what not to do and why not to do it through the lens of the human design system. And so what you'll see over to my left is called a body graph chart. And so this is the fundamental tool that I use through human design to get to know a person and to understand and to cognize what they're going through in life. And so the first thing I notice when I look at this chart is there are 6, you can count them, 6 undefined energy centers here. And there are 3 that are defined. So right away we know that this person has 6 different themes of life that are going to preoccupy their mind and make them feel compelled towards behavior that isn't consistent or practical for them as a person. And so this person is a 2-4 profile, meaning that their second line is their personality Sun-Earth, and the 4th line is their unconscious Sun-Earth. And so what we know about the 2-4 is that this person is naturally reclusive. They enjoy to be alone and have space where they can do their own thing. And then also, as the 4th line unconscious, is that they're seeking opportunities to have a positive influence throughout their network of people that are close to them. And that drive towards opportunistic influence in their network is coming from their unconscious design. So it's not something they're necessarily aware of. What they're aware of is that they seem to be good at what they do, and people tend to look at them and maybe expect something from them, or to think, oh, hey, you'd be really good at that. And this person happens to be a projector type. And now what that means is that they do not have a sacral defined. Instead, they have energy centers defined that have projected elements. Now these right here happen to all be motor centers. So if this 21 here in the heart center had a 45 fixed with it, this person would become a manifester, for they have motors, 3 motors, directly to the throat. However, they are a projector, not a manifester. And so the key here is to wait for the invitation to something. And so as a second line personality, they are waiting to receive the call from other people or from the universe towards something. And so if they're willing to wait for the call and to wait for recognition from somebody else before they share what they see, then they'll be able to share what truly belongs to them, and they'll be able to share what the other person needs to hear so that success can be experienced. For you see, the nature of the projector is that of success. That is their signature frequency, because they can see into what's called the magnetic monopole of a person, which is essentially the orchestration directory of the physics and the reality and the hologram of separation. You know, the personal perspective that I'm different from you and you're different from me. It's the magnetic monopole which orchestrates that whole hologram. And so the projector can see into the mechanics of that when they're looking at a person one-on-one. And this allows them to give proper guidance when they've been invited in to see and to share. However, this is third lining it. So we're not talking about how things go well when you listen to your truth and you're correct. We're talking about what happens when you allow the mind to tell your body what to do, and you get caught up in all the openness that doesn't belong to you. And so we have these 6 centers here that are open, and we know this person is not waiting for the invitation, because we're talking about the not self here. And so one of the most fundamental themes that this person is dealing with is right here in the sacral center. This undefined sacral center never knows when enough is enough. And so this is the primary orchestration force in this life, seeking to push the boundary on when enough is enough, and hopefully eventually learn it. And yet, if you're caught up in all the other centers along with this, and you're listening to your mind, there's no way you'll know when enough is enough. You're not born to. You don't have a fixed system that tells you. You're here to become wise around that. And so when you don't know when enough is enough because of this undefined sacral center, you're going to hold on to things that are bad for you from this undefined splenic center. And what are you going to hold on to? Well, you got an undefined G center. And this means you're going to hold on to people that make you feel a certain way because at least they give you a direction in life. At least they make you feel loved. And you don't know when enough is enough, so you're going to be seeking their attention nonstop. You see, the thing about this undefined throat center is the need for attention from other people. And it's going to seek attention by pretending to be certain, this undefined ajna, about things that don't matter, this undefined head center. So you can see quite a horror story already. We've got somebody who doesn't know when enough is enough. They're holding on to people that are bad for them by gathering their attention and pretending to be certain about something that doesn't matter. And speaking of that whole system there, looking at this personality sun, that's this activation right here, the circle with the little dot in it. This is the sun, and the right side is the personality. This is the 16th gate in the second line. And now that's in an undefined throat center down here. So we know right away, right off the bat, that the foundation of this mind is not connected to something that has to do with who this person is. You know, I mean, it's quite trippy. You see, this is not a fixed center, so it's not something that can be relied on for behavior or authority in life. It is something that will add a flavor to others' experience when they pull out from you this thing. And so we can see this on both the sun and the earth. For you see, the earth is this circle with a little plus inside of it. And this is a 9th gate in a second line. And if we look at the sacral center, the 9th gate is right here. It's also undefined. So not the entire basis of this person's cognition from the inside out, this is the sun and the earth, has deep potential for wisdom about how to gather attention and when exactly enough is enough. However, that deep potential for wisdom, well, it first begins as a whole lot of ignorance and a whole lot of, well, getting caught up in things that don't belong to you and pretending to be a certain way that doesn't work out. And so in this case, it has to do with the 16th gate and the 9th gate. And so we're looking at somebody who has a natural ability, the second line, to be able to focus on a detail and identify with that detail and express it as an experiment. So they're willing to look at something and try it out. Well, what if this is for me? What if that is for me? What if this is my direction? What if that is my direction? What if this is my direction? What if that is my direction? And it's stemming out of this open G center. It's looking for love and direction from other people. It's preoccupied with how can I find something outside of me that will provide a direction to my life that will finally be consistent. And then I will know where I'm going and things will be okay. And in truth, that will never occur for this person, that this person will never be able to rely on the fact that they have a consistent direction in life, because they do not. This G center right here in the center, this diamond provides direction in life, because this is where the magnetic monopole sits. And so if it's not a fixed center, that means that it can go any way. It can go this way, it can go that way, it can go up, down, left, right, forward, back, diagonals. Even orthogonally across non-linear time. You know, there are fantastic things that are possible in this reality. And yet that's not what we're going to experience when you're listening to the mind and when the mind tells you what to do. Because you won't know when enough is enough and you're holding on to something that's bad for you, because at least it gives you a direction and the attention you crave. And you can be certain about things that don't matter with that person or with those people. And so long as they agree with your identification and they let you express yourself in the moment, in this 20th gate, then you're caught up in whatever that is going on, because they're fueling your delusions, they're fueling your inability to be yourself. They're feeding this force within you that isn't truly you. And that's what's happening when this person is identifying with things and saying whatever they're saying for the attention of other people so that they can pretend to be certain about things that don't matter, because at least they have a direction in life. And so what is going through all of that stuff? Well, this definition here, these unconscious channels right here, these two, these are very different from these other 6 undefined energy centers. These 6 centers are undefined, and thus they are not consistent in their expression. They are receptive and amplifying of the energy that comes from others in these open centers. Whereas these defined centers right here, these provide a consistent element. However, both of these channels are unconscious. If you look at it, you see they're both red. That means it belongs to the unconscious design. It belongs to the body itself, and it's not something the mind has conscious access to. So this person has adrenal pressure, and they're willing to fight for what they believe in along their path towards achieving material and spiritual abundance with the family that belongs to them, because they can deal with shock and they can take control of life and bite through the hard times. And so that's a little keynote string of what these channels and 3 hanging gates express for this person. They are working towards abundance coming through this individual emotionality. This is a flat planing wave that can spike up and spike down and is often melancholic. However, on the other side, this 3740 is a tribal ratchet wave that click, 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 then it releases. And so this person is deeply emotional, and they might not know it until other people say, yo, you're really emotional, you know, you got an emotional problem, you just exploded on that person, and they had no idea that was coming, and that really hurt their feelings. And they go, what? I don't have an emotional problem. How could you say that? I'm very kind and nice. Hopefully, when they're faced with that confrontation of, hey, you have an emotional problem, what are you doing here? That they begin to look inward and consider what's going on in their life. Or if they're really lucky, they're exposed to human design and they can see that they have a fixed solar plexus. They have a defined ego and a defined root. This means that they need to rest. This means that they need to wait for clarity, and this means that they have a natural pressure response to life. Their adrenals are fixed. Stress is part of their life in a healthy way. It can be. And like I said, these are unconscious channels, so they have no easy way to identify with it. The only few access points they have are these 3 conscious gates. You see, this 37 means that they care about their family. This 51 means that sometimes they could shock other people, or they could shock themselves, that they notice that they have the courage to jump into the void, into the unknown, and see what happens. And to complement that willingness to jump into the void, this 38 down here means that they're willing to fight for what they believe in. And these elements, they care about their family, and they're willing to fight for what they believe in, and even jump into the unknown for that family. And that gives them a clue into their unconscious fixed nature, these elements that are consistent within them. For you see, these 9 energy centers, they function as energy vortices, energy vortexes, at a more subtle plane of reality that is orchestrated by the magnetic monopole. And so what happens is, when we have these 3 centers fixed together, is that we have 3 themes: this theme of heart, this theme of the stomach, this theme of the gallbladders, this theme of willpower is fixed, and it's fixed in relation to the solar plexus. This is the emotionality. This is the wave of uncertainty and the wave of pleasure and pain. This is the wave of our own face. For you see, this is a motor that controls our facial movements. And down here in the root, this is the adrenal stress pressure, and it's fixed. So these themes of their willpower to their adrenals and their emotionality, this is a fixed system. If they don't give themselves the rest they need because they're too busy not knowing when enough is enough and identifying with things and working really hard to do what they need to do, they're going to experience the worst burnout of their entire life, sooner or later. For you see, the theme of this 4th line, unconscious, the way in which the 4th line relates with fate. You know, when life throws you whatever it throws you and you have no control over what you receive. The relationship with fate for the 4 is burn out, becoming burnt out, exhausted, fatigued, absolutely done. And so if this person has wisdom, if they're able to see these open centers for what they are and not get caught up in them like quicksand, you know, I need your attention, because then we can pretend to be certain about things that don't matter because you make me feel good and you give me a direction in life, and I'll never know when enough is enough because at least you make me feel something and I have your attention. And if they're able to let go of all that quicksand, and if they're able to listen and wait and recognize the burnout before it arrives, they can change course and steer themselves away from the iceberg and save the Titanic that is their life. And it's only going to happen if they wait for clarity as an emotional authority. It's the only possible way. And it's so hard for me to talk about the not self because the true self is right here. It's right here, and it doesn't go away. It's just hidden underneath layers and layers and layers of mud and crap. And it doesn't have to be. You can become aware of all those layers, and as soon as you become aware of them, they stop having the same hold on you as they have had before. Once you know how to be yourself, there's nothing like it, you know? No one else was born with your perspective in life. No one else was born with your exact design and unique experiences that you've had. No one else could be you. And so when you listen to your strategy and authority, when you follow your correctness, you can express something that's brand new, that no one's ever seen before. And so that's what I really want to hear. I don't want to hear people who hold on to things that are bad for them because they don't know when enough is enough, and at least they have the attention of people that don't matter so they can pretend to be certain about things and have a direction in life that leads to suffering and trauma. I don't want to hear that story, and yet I have to talk about it. Because it's the only way. It's the only way to understand what's going on here. You see, these energy centers, we all have these 9 energy centers in one configuration or another. And so it's my dearest hope that by sharing some of the mechanics on how these things operate, you can see within yourself a little bit of how you can love yourself better, how you can trust yourself, how you can live a life that only you could live, and not some nasty, not self fairy tale that is a reality for so many people. And instead, one can accept they don't have a fixed direction in life. And I tell you what, as somebody who doesn't have a fixed sense of direction in life, being able to trust my inner authority has been such a godsend. It's been such a blessing to be able to witness there is something consistent in this life. And for this person, it's this emotional wave right here. It's this emotional wave of their ego. You see, they are an ego being, and they can be a demonstration of a truly healthy ego. Or they could be somebody who identifies in the moment, delivering on people's projections with their insight about the secrets and giving direction to a fixed pattern because they know how to fix problems and take care of people, and they can control the situation. And in the not-self, they're going to control the situation for their own benefit at the detriment of everybody else that is outside of their network, outside of their tribe. And yet in the true self, I believe they have this capacity to see a tribe beyond their own limited perspective. And we can work together to create a bigger, better, more beautiful society for us all. And so if that's something that interests you, the building of a better society that we can all enjoy to live within, and we can truly experience deep, gratifying, meaningful relationships with other people, feel free to reach out if you'd like to learn more. Hope you're having a good one. Take care. Bye for now. Hello and welcome. My name is Ian. Today we're talking about third lining it, which is essentially the not self, which is what not to do through the lens of the human design system. And so we're just going to dive right on in. So basically we're looking at a body graph chart right over here. This is a 9-centered human body graph chart. It's like the chakras from classical yoga. Instead of 7 that are in a vertical line, there's 9 chakras now, and there's a little bit more expansion along the horizontal plane, if you will. And so here we know that we're looking at a 4-6 emotional generator with split definition. That tells you an awful lot about this person immediately if you know what you're talking about. And so we'll begin with the profile. This is a 4th line conscious profile. You can see the 4 right here. And so that essentially means that this person has a conscious personality that is constantly seeking opportunistic influence throughout their network of friends, family, or colleagues. And so there you get a taste. You get a taste of this personality. This person needs to have influence opportunistically throughout their network. And what is the motivating drive behind that on the unconscious side? There's a 6-line unconscious design. And so if you know anything about the 6th line or the 6 lines in general, something about this specific 6th line is that it sees through what's called the whole circuit. And so that there's a lot of nuance to what that means. Essentially it means is that they have farsight as part of their nature. They have a form of farsight that they're working with. And this person's farsight is in the unconscious. So it's their body that is able to do things and to perform behavior in a way that is either hypocritical, which is going to be our focus today, or it's the role model. And the role model is what I prefer to talk about. However, this is third lining it, where we need to get into the practical of what not to do so that you can see for yourself what's going on here. And so with this 6th line in the unconscious, there is a deep potential for mutation. There is a change that is coming through this person in their unconscious design. In the cells of their body, there is a change that is coming through. And it takes 30 years for that change to begin to actually attune to the world around it, the first 30 years of life. And then there's 20 years after that, which is called being aloof on the roof, wherein this 6th line has access to more deeply objective perspectives, and they can be aloof and take a step back from the world and from people, places, and things, and not take things personally, and take a step back and discover an objectivity about the attunement they made in those first 30 years. And all of life beyond that, beyond 50 years of age for the 6th line, is essentially the test, the genetic test of, are you a role model? Can you succeed? Did you discover a unique truth that you can now live by and demonstrate as a role model for people to see and to emulate, to learn from as a role model? Or are you hypocritical? Were you only able to go so far as do as I say and not as I do? Which is very dangerous, to say the least. And so from those 2 pieces of information which make up the profile, we have the 4-6, the 4-6 profile. And what I'm pointing to here is essentially the sun and the earth of the personality, and the sun and the earth of the design. This is something that we can all kind of see and operate with and recognize, is these profiles. This is a great way to start becoming aware of how these things operate, because these 4-6s, they can be a very powerful voyeur that are looking around, seeing all these incredible things and tasting all these incredible things, experiencing all kinds of different things, and not really being so deeply personally involved, having this unconscious detachment that guides their opportunistic influence throughout their network. And so because we're third lining it today, we're talking about the not self. This is right here and right here. These 2 energy centers, these 2 chakras become very important elements in understanding what the not self is interested in. With an undefined ego center, this is the willpower center, the heart chakra. And this is an undefined will center with 3 gates activated in it. So the 51 right here, the 40 here, and the 21 here. These gates allow this person to experience shock in life, to deny the problem of that shock by taking control of the situation and biting through for success, for pushing through a thing. And so those elements are part of their design. However, because none of that is part of a fixed definition or a channel, like this 21 does not have the 45 on the other side. This 51 does not have the 25 on the other side. This 40 does not have a 37 on the other side. That makes this center undefined. And that means for the not-self of this person, the most important thing is proving their worthiness to other people and receiving validation from other people. Essentially, the theme of this is value. And so this person has an undefined value center in that sense. So they don't have a consistent relationship with how to define or establish value. And so when other people provide that information, when other people say, hey, you did a really good job, thank you for your work, that feels really good for them. And it's like, oh, that's what I'm here for, is when they say I did good. That's what I'm here for. And that's because of this undefined ego center. It's because of this willpower center. That's at least one of the consequences of an undefined ego. On the other side, they have an undefined splenic center. And this means they're going to hold on to things that are bad for them. Their immune system, the spleen, doesn't have a consistent expression. The 44, the fear of extinction, we're all gonna die. And the 32, the fear that there's no ripe, powerful ambition that can actually rise up and do the work. And so this fear that we're going to die, and this fear that we can't transform into something greater, these are driving this immune system into amplifying health situations. Could be health issues. So for this person with an undefined spleen, it is generally recommended to avoid conventional Western medicine whenever possible. And I mean pharmaceutical pills, hard drugs in that sense. I'm not trying to override any doctors. I'm simply saying that. For the undefined spleen, the Western pharmaceuticals are a lot to handle. And it's not easy on them. It provides a lot of work for that system. And so they need to be able to relax the system and bring peace, and not simply peace, but the nutrients that that organ needs to function properly. And the thing is they're going to hold on to things that aren't good for them because they're busy proving their worth to other people and receiving the validation from other people. So those form these two fundamental poles that the basic not-self is working with. I need to prove my worth to other people, and I need to hold on to things that are bad for me because at least they're consistent. And the true remedy for that, this is what I wanted to mention, is that the true remedy for this is a practice with experimenting homeopathic medicine. For the undefined spleen, they're very powerful at amplifying any kind of energy that has to do with survival, survival instincts, and even basic play. So watch out to what you really hold on to in life. Watch out for what sticks around you and what you keep around you intentionally. Whether it's a behavior, a person, or a place, or a thing, whatever it happens to be. And so in the not-self, those are the fundamental themes. We have holding on to things that are bad for us, and the thing is we need to receive validation from other people, and that's what we hold on to. We receive the validation from other people, and all of a sudden the fear that we can't transform, or the fear that we're all going to die, can be ameliorated because at least there are other people with me that are telling me that I'm doing a good job. Then that's the only way that I can actually know I've done a good job, is because other people have told me. And that's this undefined ego right here, is that it needs that validation from other people. And so you might have heard me say triple split earlier. These definition structures right here, there's a 360 and a 1949 defining the sacral to the root to the solar plexus. And then there's also a definition here, this 1333 defining the G center with the throat center. And then there's also this 4764 connecting the head with the ajna. And you'll notice that right here the 43 is missing, and right here the 23 is missing. Ooh, right here the 12, right here the 35. So these are specific gate themes that are very important to this person. This 43 is the gate of insight. They don't have the insight. They have the 23. What the 23 can do is it can break down the vibration of the insight and turn it into words by breaking it down into pieces and then restructuring those pieces into words. However, they don't have the insight. And so for them, it could be very important to have the insight, because if they have the insight, now all of a sudden, people will tell them they've done a good job. Over here in the 35, this is a gate of fullness. This is a gate of, I've had enough and it's time to move on. It's time to go to the next thing. They have the 36 on the other hand. So they have what's called the gate of crisis. And now the thing about crisis through human design is that crisis is actually what happens when a lack of experience is seeking experience. So when you go into something you've never done before and you go right through into it, you penetrate into this new experience, like planting a seed in the ground and you've never gardened before. You don't know what's going to happen and you might freak out because, oh, well, it's not growing fast enough. What do I got to do? What do I need to do? What do I need to do? And that's what happens when you're listening to the mind and when the mind's telling you what to do. And so this person doesn't have access to knowing when enough is enough in the sense of this 35. This 35 knows when they have had enough and it's time to move on to a different thing. And so when they're able to move on and somebody else notices they've moved on at the right time or at a good time, it seemed like it was good, all of a sudden they receive this validation and boom, they feel connected. This 12 is about caution. This is about pause. They have the 22, which is the gate of grace. It said that these can be very, very deep listeners. And then the 12 on the other side is the grace. It's the pause that turns the grace into a life force energy and a channel that has a specific design. However, that design is not here. The pause is not present. So if other people give them validation that, hey, that was a really good job you did at flinching there. It's actually your hesitation was beneficial. And they don't have access to that consistently. So if they receive that validation, it's like, oh, that was a really good moment. That really was nice. I like that. And I need more of that. And yet it's not consistent. So it won't always be there. One more here is the 37. They have the 40, which is a gate of denial. This is a gate of work. This is a gate of liberation, ultimately. The denial of problems through the work that it takes to, deal with the problem. And what they don't have is the 37 on the other half. And the 37 is the family. This is the gate of the mother and the father. And so this is that friendly, emotional massage that's willing to go like, hey, if you do this for me, then I'll definitely let you do that. Or in what other frame, any other frame that a bargain might form. For you see, when the 37 can formulate a bargain that the 40 can't deny, all of a sudden it has to do the work, because that's the liberation. And they don't have the 37, so they might not be the friendliest person, They might not have the most deep family values, at least not consciously. Over here in the 25, the 25 is, if I can speak mystically, it's like the blood of the universe. Every single piece of inanimate matter in the world, like my cell phone right here, has countless gate 25 either activations or inactivations. It has that gate in its structure of what it is as an item that we can interact with. For you see, this G center right here represents, the function of what's called the magnetic monopole, which holds us together in our illusion of separation and moves us along our line of geometry It basically gives us direction in life. And this 25 is that direction, or that material, that raw material that is life itself, that is all the various forces that make up life, and also inanimate matter. So they have the 51. The 51 is, well, it's competitive. It's a gate of shock, of dealing with shock. How does the willpower handle, oh my God, that just happened, what do I do about it? Well, I jump into the void, you know, I'm not afraid, I'm going into it, this is what I have to do. Because it's jumping into the material of the 25, the very blood of the universe itself. And wow, so when they receive validation for their competitive success, wow, this person is probably incredibly competitive, incredibly competitive. It's probably the most important thing in the whole wide world. Because you see, the thing is, they have this 1949, and that's a tribal wave of how to deal with the needs of life. How do we distribute the food and the resources and the water? Am I going to receive food, resources, water? And there's a handling of this whole system. And so I brought up the triple split earlier. Essentially, the key for this person is to allow themselves to be around varying groups of people, because they're a triple split. And so having different ways to bridge this split, instead of relying on those specific gates that really connect it, and oh wow, I need to fix this thing that can't be fixed. If they're around other people with different channels, then their things are naturally connected up and there's energy flowing and they feel good. And so there's this recommendation of not getting too caught up in specific other people, but rather groups of people, especially as a fourth line personality. This person needs to work through their network. And that means feeding the network as a whole. Not any specific person, it's feeding your networks as a whole. Because there's something that will bear fruit in the network somewhere. And so by spreading your energy positively through the network, things will blossom. However, that's not what's happening here. This person is a generator after all. And in the not self, when they're seeking validation from other people and holding on to things that are bad for them along the way of finding this validation through competition, they're frustrated as hell. It's so frustrating in here because this 360 is a mutation, and so it's either happening or it's not. Either they are on fire and there is life flowing through them and there is a brand new moment unfolding, or it's another day, and it's another day, and it's another day, and it's another day, and nothing's happening, nothing's happening, nothing's happening. And so they keep finding more validation through competition, and it doesn't ever work. It doesn't find them their satisfaction, because they aren't waiting to respond, you know? They're initiating competitive situations, and they're going out of their way to be competitive. Gosh. And it's going to hurt themselves because their heart can't handle it. This ego center, this heart center isn't fixed. It doesn't have a consistent energy exchange that gives it stability. They could easily have a heart attack if they're pushing themselves too strong to be competitive. And up in here, you see this defined ajna channel right here with the 47 in it. This 4764 is very busy. It's always trying to make more sense of the past. How can I make more sense of the past so that I can finally let go of old experiences and move on? And so they need to keep finding more and more sense out of the past, and that's really going to strain their heart, which can't handle it. And if they're really pushing themselves physically, you know, getting that exercise so that they can be healthy, so that they think they can be healthy, they're going to push their heart so much harder until, boom, if they can't keep their competitive nature under wraps. If they need to hold on to their competitive nature in that way, oh my, it's game over, you know? And all they really need to do is wait to respond. You don't have to initiate anything in life. You're a generator after all. About 70% of humans alive today are generators. It's a generalization, and it's very profound. It means that we wait to respond, you know? You are part of life. You are part of this life force energy. And if you can trust your gut response, and as emotional inner authority, if you can wait for clarity, unlike this competitive person who's holding on to this competition because they have to take control right now, if you can wait for clarity, then you'll find this gut response flourishes through your natural raw power. This 34 right here in conscious and unconscious activation in the red and the black. The red and the black, the design and the personality. This 34 is raw power. This is raw power for almost anything other than sex, basically. It's like, I'm gonna do anything else first. Like, we got stuff to do, we gotta live, like there's life here. We have to do things or we're gonna die. And this 34 has that raw energy. So if they're waiting to respond, that raw energy is gonna unfold in their network in the most profound role modeling situations that make a difference in people's lives they don't even know about. And if they're initiating from their mind, like, oh, this is what made sense before, it has to be what's true now because I need this validation. Oh my God, well, they're probably not going to live very long past 60 or 70. That's my guess. And so that's about all I have at the moment for this. I hope you enjoyed this journey into the not self of what not to do. And if you'd like to learn more, feel free to reach out. At any rate, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Bye for now, and take care. And then you hit 50 and it's like, wow, I thought I was done with these problems, and all of a sudden they're back. And they're back because you didn't deal with them. You didn't grow. You didn't go into the pain that's hiding in this undefined solar plexus. You were too busy avoiding it because you don't know when enough is enough, and you were pretending to be certain about things that don't matter so that you can have attention from people. Hello there, and welcome to Third Lining It, where I, Ian, talk about what not to do and why not to do it through the lens of human design. Essentially fulfilling my purpose as a third line being. Because you see, as a third line, we are very good at finding out how not to do things. And so without any further ado, we'll hop right on in. So if you look over to my left over here, you'll see this body graph chart. And so the first thing I notice when I look at this chart is that we're dealing with a 4-6 splenic ego projector. And so right away, you know something about this person. They're an opportunistic role model who needs to wait for the invitation to share their direction in life with others, to share their advice, their perspective, their guidance. As a projector, this person has the ability to see into the magnetic monopole of an individual person, one-on-one, one person at a time. And they can see into this person and clearly see what elements lead to bitterness and what elements lead to success within this person. And so they can see how to honor this person towards their success and towards their greatness. However, we're talking about what not to do today. And that recognition that leads towards invitation of success, the real honoring of success that we can all experience as the natural signature of a projector, that's only available if you can wait for the invitation and follow your inner authority. For this person, it's a splenic inner authority. And that means there is a voice in the now. There is an intuition, an instinct from their immune system, from their biology. And it speaks once. It'll say, get out, or move on, or yes, this. And it'll only speak once. So if you miss it, you missed it. And that's what we're talking about today. What happens when this person does not pay attention to their spleen and when they're not waiting for the invitation. So essentially what happens to a projector who's not waiting for the invitation is that they're caught up in these open centers. This is the primary thing we're looking at with what's called the not self. This is what not to do, and so the not self does what you don't want to do because it's pretending to fix what cannot be fixed. You see these open energy centers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 centers here represent the themes of life that are here to develop wisdom, ultimately, because they are not fixed. And so because you can explore these themes in all kinds of different ways, you can learn wisdom about what is really correct or not correct in that theme as an overall function. Whereas these defined centers here, they're defined in a very specific and narrow band. There's a very specific way in which this person relates to a direction in life, their immune system, their adrenal pressure, and their egoic, heart-based willpower. This is a single definition system here. All those 4 quadrants are connected together. Whereas in the not-self, it doesn't matter all that much, because what is most attractive to the mind are these open centers. These are what is really attractive and pulling you into cognizing this way. And so the first, number one, most important not-self theme for this person is right here in this undefined solar plexus center. So this 4-6 splenic projector is going to be avoiding conflict and truth. They're going to be doing whatever they can to not cause other people problems, to not experience the pain of other people being upset at them about something. They don't want to deal with your emotional wave. They simply want to be able to amplify the feel-good wave. They don't have consistent access to an emotional system. And so the thing is in the mind, it goes into this undefined center and it amplifies it. It cranks it up to 10 or 11 or 12. So whenever somebody around them's feeling good, they're feeling really good. Whenever somebody around them is feeling bad, they're feeling very bad. And they don't want to deal with that at all. So they're going to avoid conflict and the truth so as to avoid that pain. Next up here in this undefined sacral center, this is actually why they're a projector and not a generator. Because this sacral is undefined. And because the sacral is undefined, this means that there is no consistent ability to know when enough is enough. They will push and 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 they will push. Because they're busy avoiding problems. You know, they're going to run away from that problem like they have no idea when it's enough, and they actually need to go into their pain to begin the healing process, but they don't know when enough is enough. So they're going to keep running away from that pain at all costs. Up here in the Ajna center, we have the need to pretend certainty about something so as to not appear the fool. And so essentially, by avoiding conflicts and running away from it, they're going to pretend to be certain about something. And if I can move forward here, that doesn't matter because at least they're getting attention. You see, in this undefined head center, it's all about what doesn't matter. Specifically the things that do not matter, this is what has my attention. When you try to show something to me that does matter, I will avoid the truth because I don't know when enough is enough, and at least I'm gathering attention about something that doesn't matter, and I can pretend to be certain about it. You see, this open throat center is all about the need to gather attention from other people. And this is actually, believe it or not, the weakest not-self pole. Out of all 9 energy centers you see here in the body graph, this throat center is the most complex. It has the most gates and channels. It also has the least powerful not-self pole. And yet I believe we all know someone who needs attention. We've been around somebody who it's like, oh, stop it. Like all you need is like, you want me to look at you and you want me to talk to you. And it doesn't matter what we're talking about. You simply want my attention on you. Like you're depending upon my attention to feel good. And it's actually the least powerful of all these poles, believe it or not, that need for attention. And so they're going to be seeking this attention about things that don't matter because they're avoiding the truth and they don't know when enough is enough. And at least under that circumstance, they can pretend to be certain about something. You see, I'm very busy occupied doing this thing over here, and that's why I have no time to deal with that other thing over there. For you see, as I mentioned earlier, this is a 4-6 projector profile. And so the 4-6 is the opportunistic role model at least in the true self, in the light of the situation. In the darkness, when they're not waiting for the invitation and they're not trusting their inner authority, then instead of an opportunistic role model, this is an opportunistic hypocrite. This is somebody who will recognize opportunities, even unconsciously, to guide themselves in a way. For you see, the conscious fourth line personality is constantly seeking these opportunities throughout its network of influence. So within family, friends, business workers, colleagues, the people they spend time around, they're looking for opportunities to spread influence into that network. And then on the sixth line, unconscious over here, this is the driving force behind that opportunistic personality, who you think you are as an opportunistic person. There is an unconscious sixth line mutative drive. This sixth line drive is very profound. It's under an extraordinary mutative pressure to become the unique human role model that is possible. And that's what allows them to live a long and healthy life. However, without waiting for the invitation, without trusting the inner authority, this sixth line is not going to be role modeling something that's successful. They're not going to be role modeling something that's valuable. They're going to be opportunistically demonstrating hypocrisy and getting away with it until they don't. Because it only lasts so long that one can get away with these kinds of things, especially for the sixth line. For you see, they have the first 30 years of life where they're attuning to the world around them. The second 20 years of life are actually where they're attuning to that attunement, and they're developing a unique truth around that. And then the 50 years and on, there is the demonstration of that truth or hypocrisy. And if it's hypocrisy, there's often sickness and health problems and personal problems and all kinds of challenges that come up. Even stuff that might have disappeared in the past, like you turn 30 or 28 and health problems started to go away, things started to go a little bit better. And then you hit 50 and it's like, wow, I thought I was done with these problems, and all of a sudden they're back. And they're back because you didn't deal with them. You didn't grow. You didn't go into the pain that's hiding in this undefined solar plexus. You were too busy avoiding it because you don't know when enough is enough, and you were pretending to be certain about things that don't matter so that you can have attention from people. How gross is that? This person has a mutation in this world, in this life. The eighth gate in the first line of the first color. This is a mutation, the personality Mars, about contribution, holding together through honesty. And so this person has to be able to maintain honesty in their experience or in order to contribute something that can hold together their network. However, as I mentioned, this is an undefined throat center with this eighth gate in the personality Mars. Meaning that there's tons of pressure in here, there's tons of desire in the mind, because you see, in the mind there is this misidentification, and then all of a sudden, I need your attention because I don't have a fixed relationship to manifestation. And if I have your attention, at least there's that, I'm manifesting that, great. And the thing is, they're going to be opportunistically, hypocritically disregarding, disrespecting, and moving on from people. And that lack of honesty in here is going to really give them a lot of pain hiding inside, that if they don't deal with, it could amount to some very bad things. And it's because they're avoiding conflicts. They're avoiding the truth here. You see, this is something that is very profound, is that 50% of human beings or so have a defined emotional system, and the other 50% have an undefined emotional system. This person is undefined, so they're busy avoiding the problems. And amplifying the problems is the thing, is because these open centers are attractive to the mind, and they're amplifying what is coming in. So it's not a baseline frequency, it's not a harmonic frequency in that sense. It becomes a deeply distorted frequency because the mind can keep identifying with what's going on in here, And then lo and behold, it's not fixed. So it identifies with something that is not consistent, and it can't rely upon that. And so if you're identified with something that's going to be changing, and you were identified with a change, and then it changes and it's no longer what it was, and then how can you stay identified with something that's not there? Well, I tell you what, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt a lot. Whereas if they can identify with this judgmental, surrendered, perfected form, those are these three channels right here in this design. There is the capacity for instinctual judgment between what is right and what is wrong for the pattern to go forward into the future. That's this 1858. In this 4426, there is the capacity to surrender to the nature of life and what you can do about it. You know, you have an ego over here in the 26, the ability to manipulate your memory to live longer, you know, to use your willpower and your memory. Oh, I can do it like this, I can do it like that. And the 44, this is the fear of extinction. This is we're all going to die, except for this is a channel instead of two individual gates. There's a whole new life force here. There is a life force of surrender, you know, the willpower to the immune system. There is, well, I can only do so much, and this is what I can do, and this is what it is. And not only that, the 1057. The 1057 is called the channel of the perfected form. This is an empowered intuition that can actually guide direction in life. And so if this person is waiting for the invitation, and if this person is trusting their inner authority, then they'll actually find that they have this sense of judgmentation that can lead to the perfection of surrendering in life. You see, you can only do so much. However, this person is not going to be learning those lessons if they're not waiting. Because first off, what they're most likely doing is they're avoiding problems to find attention and pretend to be certain. Because you see, there's all these activations here in this open ajna center. There's logical 17, there's the insightful 43, and there's the ideas of the 11. There's all this mental pressure. There's all these concepts in here that aren't fixed in a certain way. You see, the logical opinions don't have the 62. The opinions don't have the details to back them up. The 43, the insight, does not have the 23 to turn that insight into words that are spoken. The 11 does not have the 56. The 11 are the peaceful ideals. The peaceful ideals do not have the storytelling continuity to actually put those ideals into action. And so because the ajna is not fixed, they can try to pretend to be fixed, you know, because other people can. And yet it's never going to work. If they try to identify with these ideals or these insights or these ideas, they might shift. Because the thing is somebody will come along and they'll define this ajna center in one way or another. And then when somebody comes along and defines your ajna for you, now all of a sudden you are thinking in a specific way relative to their thinking. And it's not because they've told you this, it's because of the aura mechanics. It's literally the biology of these bodies and how we interact at a distance. All of a sudden you're in aura with somebody else and you've got centers defined that are not normally defined. You are not who you were born as. You are now this new thing in that moment made up of those two people. Or more, depending on what the situation is. Which is where things get even more and more and more dangerous, because you get three people together, all of a sudden you're in a penta. And if you're in a penta, then your unique intelligence is not what's being pulled out. When there's two people together, you can share this unique, interesting experience between the two of you. And that's awesome. When there's three of us together, all of a sudden there's a homogenizing force that's pulling us towards survival, that doesn't care about our unique contribution. It simply cares about continuing. And that's what inner authority is all about. With inner authority, we can actually step out from that homogenizing penta-wa group think program. We can get out from that and learn how to make decisions correctly in a way that is consistent. For you see, these open energy centers, like I said, they're like quicksand. They're like black holes. They're portals that are pulling your mind in. They're pulling your awareness in. and you're losing intelligence in them because they're not fixed. And so you can just keep feeding more and more and more energy into it, and you'll never get anything back. Unless, of course, you wait for the invitation and you trust your spleen as this person. And then you'll recognize that all of a sudden you have the willpower strength, you have the adrenal pressure to actually get work done. You can do things around people in a social environment and expand this network into a beautiful fruition. Or you can avoid conflicts. You can pretend to be certain about things that don't matter. And you can experience the continual bitterness on the inside that you just can't get rid of. And it's because you're lost in the black holes of ignorance. And you don't have to be. Yeah. Absolutely, right here. If I look right into these sun and earth on the personality, you see the 17.4, that's in this unconscious, or rather this is in the conscious, undefined ajna center, is their sun in detriment. The personnel manager. And this detriment is the overgenerous and often misguided acceptance of would-be followers, often with disastrous results. The possibility of opinions attracting others in a detrimental sense. And you see, they're pretending to be certain, and they're holding on to these ideas that are wrong because other people actually back them up. Other people will join them in avoiding conflicts and pain. Because we can pretend to be certain about this thing that doesn't matter. However, the personality earth, this is how they ground it in. It's through the incompetent line of correction, working on what has been spoiled. So, okay, this is a very funny line because you can immediately see how frustrating and how bitter this person can be, because in their grounding force of their personality, there's this quality of incompetence. And then it's even exalted. Given this negative position, survival through suffering, the inability to correct, and its potential for suffering. What a deep, dark shadow this is for this person. And so if their mind is ruling their life and making their decisions from these open centers of ignorance, then they're not able to actually find genuine success. They're able to use bitterness and pile it up into kind of a form of success that isn't really free from suffering. It's, it's mental decision making, it's trauma. And it's a lot of suffering. And it can be alleviated simply by waiting for the invitation, listening to your spleen. It's called strategy and authority for a reason. And yeah, that's about all I have for the moment. Hope you're having a wonderful day. If you'd like to learn more, feel free to reach out. Ta-ta. Bye for now. Hello there, and welcome to Third Lining It, where I talk about what not to do and why not to do it through the lens of the human design system. And so fundamentally what I'm talking about here is called the not self. This is basically the shadow self. This is that aspect of you that can trip you up with ignorance and confuse you about things that don't really matter in one way, shape, or form. And so when we're talking about human design, one of the first things we look at is called the body graph. And so right here you'll see we have this shape. We have this energy centers all connected into a body graph. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 energy centers. And so these represent essentially what was called the chakras in ancient Hindu Brahmin traditions. These were the energy vortexes or wheels through which the physical reality operates. It's kind of like a way of looking at the quantum field and the way of seeing certain predictable elements within it that will then manifest reality. And so here we have these 9 energy centers. This is called the body graph. And you can see that there are 1, 2, 3 of these centers that don't have any color in them. And basically what that means is they are undefined energy centers. And with an undefined energy center, that means that this theme of life is not consistent. It's not fixed in any particular way. And so it generally operates as an amplification system, wherein other people with fixed definition in those centers will bring an energy pattern into your aura, and then due to the nature of the mind within this open field, it will amplify what's in there and get caught up in the amplification rather than the actual fact of the matter. And so when we're talking about the not-self, these open centers become a deep foundation as towards what's happening here within the mind to try and survive. Because essentially what happens is that our mind is looking to survive, and our mind is used to making the decisions. It's accustomed to making decisions. You know, think for yourself, use your head, as people say. And it's used to making decisions for the body because this was the way for about 90,000 years. And then 1781 occurred, the year, and there was an evolution in our biological infrastructure as human beings. And the mind no longer is the ruler of the life. We can actually allow our bodies to live their life and to use the mind as an avenue for self-reflected consciousness to express itself in a unique way from the vantage point of truth being what this being is. For you see, the mind gets caught up in these open centers because they're not fixed. And that means they're not consistent, and it's going to be amplifying it. However, that means that these energy centers here that are colored in, you'll see there's lines of wiring that are connecting them. These are called channels. And when you have a channel that connects 2 energy centers, that means that these 2 energy centers have a fixed relationship with each other, and they can communicate back and forth and exchange energy through this specific pattern of what that channel is. And so it means we have these 5 centers right here. Well, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's actually 6 centers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These 6 centers here are defined, and the 3 are undefined. So these 6 centers represent the potential for difference in this being, the potential to live in a different way and to express something new and unique, so that we can hear something fresh, you know, and we're not hearing the same old story over and over again that we've heard so many times. And so in what's called the true self, this person would be able to live in accordance with these defined energy centers, and they would be allowed to express themselves through the wisdom of the undefined centers. And so what we're looking at here is what's called a splenic ego generator. You see, they're a generator aura type. And I know that because of this defined sacral center right here. If you have a defined sacral center, you're always a generator in one way, shape, or form. This is the sacral center, which is generating the life force of biology. And so this is the generative principle in life. It's generating reality for us in that sense. And so by being a generator with this aura type, if the person can trust their inner gut response in the moment, you see, they're not emotionally defined. They do not have a defined solar plexus, so they don't have to wait for clarity. In this moment right now, they can trust their sacral to guide them via yes or no, going towards something or going away from something. For you see, there is this keynote of wait to respond as a generator. And the irony of this is the notion of waiting to respond. For you see, the thing is you are always responding to something. It could be as simple as a change in the ambient temperature. It could be as simple as the body language of another person. It could be basically anything other than what you're thinking about. If you can respond to something other than what you think about thinking about things. Because we get so caught up in thinking about thinking. And if you're caught up in thinking about things, and how other people feel about those thinkings, then you're going to lose your natural body response, and you're not going to honor that, and therefore you'll exist in frustration. For you see, there is a binary for the sacral center, for the generator type, and that is frustration on one end, when you're not listening to the inner guidance system of yes or no from your gut. Your body will tell you. If you're not listening to that, you exist in frustration, because you're not using your energy in a way that fulfills you, in a way that completes you and goes forward in your purpose. Whereas if you are actually using your energy correctly, you exist in a frequency of satisfaction. And quite literally, the people around you can pick up on that satisfaction. You don't have to tell them, oh, I'm feeling so good right now, because the aura talks. They can literally see it on your body when they look at you. When they're close to you, their body picks up on that energy because you're generating reality. And if you're generating a frustrated reality, other people are going to pick up on that, and they'll be able to amplify that frustration and throw it back at you. You know, how much fun is that? Whereas if you're existing in satisfaction because you trust your inner GPS as a generator, then you're existing in this frequency that draws people to you, this deeply attractive frequency that is drawing what belongs to you into your life. Because the signature frequency of the generator is satisfaction. So if you're a generator, like this person, and you are not experiencing that body feeling of satisfaction every single day of your life, then you're not listening to your body. Plain and simple. And so for this person, we're first going to talk about what's happening when they're not listening to their body. You see, the most important thing for this person is this undefined solar plexus center. In the amplifying mind that is needing to amplify everything, this is the most important thing. This is, I need to avoid conflicts. I need to avoid problems. I need to avoid pain. I need to avoid the truth. And it will do anything to avoid the truth, to avoid that pain, to avoid causing problems. And it'll allow that to build. It'll allow that to build over time of, yep, I'm going to ignore that problem until it got so big I couldn't possibly ignore it, and boom, it overwhelmed me. I couldn't see it coming. I had no idea, they say. And yet they were ignoring it. They were ignoring it the whole time. Up here in the undefined ajna center, this is the need to be certain about things. For you see, in the undefined ajna, there is no consistent conceptualization process. This is the very foundation of how one thinks. Are we thinking in a narrow and fixed band that is always going to be thinking this way? Or are we thinking this way or that way or the other way and amplifying the way other people think? And then other people give us a good idea, so we think, we pretend that idea they gave us was certain, and then we find ourselves in trouble because it's not always true. Because this person can't access certainty. Without a defined ajna, you can never be certain in life. Up here in the head center, this is the crown chakra, and this provides the inspiration for thinking. This is the pressure to think. And you'll see in this energy center, they have one gate defined, the 61. This is an element of inner truth. So there is a specific quality of inspiration, a quanta, if you will, not a quantum, not a fixed definition, however, a piece of information, a data point that will be consistent in their inspiration. There is some bigger picture, and it is their own personal inner truth. However, due to this center being undefined, this head center, the person generally does not know what truly matters or not, and tends to be preoccupied with what does not matter. Specifically with what does not matter. That is what's most important and interesting. And so along that path of discovering what their inner truth is, they're going to be distracting themselves with things that don't matter so that they can avoid confronting the truth in one way, shape, or form. Because they want to be able to delay it. Because as soon as the mind actually sees itself, it knows it's powerless. And so essentially the mind will do anything it possibly can to pretend and convince you that it is still in control, and that if you listen to me as the mind, I will tell you what to do and we will succeed next time. I know it didn't work out last time, or the time before that, or the time before that, but next time I swear we've got it this time. Because they're avoiding conflicts, pretending to be certain about things that don't matter. And something interesting about these undefined centers, you may notice in this head center, there is one gate activated, as I mentioned. Here in the ajna, however, there is nothing activated within the ajna itself. There's this 62, these quality of details pointed at the ajna. However, the ajna itself is wide open. And the same goes for the solar plexus, completely wide open. There is this 35 pointing at it, and yet there's nothing active within it. And so this gives two themes in life wherein this individual has actually already surmounted challenges in a previous lifetime. So now I'm getting a bit metaphysical here, or mystical. And it is said that when you see an energy center that is completely unactivated, wide open, nothing in it, that in a previous lifetime, they have actually completed all of the lessons there is to learn within that theme of life. So when it comes to emotionality in this solar plexus center, when it comes to conceptualizing in this ajna center, this person has actually already mastered them in a previous lifetime. And so their thoughts and their emotions do not belong to them whatsoever. And that can be a really big pill to swallow. Every single thing you think and feel about doesn't really belong to me? How is that possible? Well, due to this nature of having completed the lesson in a previous lifetime, in this lifetime, the wide open center gains a unique quality of it. It's somewhat similar to that of a reflector, in that there is kind of an either aloofness or a toughness about it that allows them to really attune to the world around them. So when it comes to emotions, feelings, and thinking, the concepts in the mind for this person, every single thing that goes on in those two dimensions of life, these are two awareness centers. These are a big deal. It's already been sorted, and it's all about being in tune and in touch with the life and the world around you in this lifetime. What is the world needing for emotional wisdom? What is the world needing for logical, conceptual, abstract, individual, conceptual wisdom, for how to think? What does the world need to see and hear and experience in order to gain the wisdom over these emotions and over this thinking process? That's what this person can give to the world in a very attuned way, is that this is what the world needs, and the wisdom potential is there. The potential is there. And you see, it's not guaranteed to unfold. It's only possible to unfold if this generator aura, if this generator person is going to trust their gut. If they can trust their gut, then the wisdom can unfold, and they can detach from these concepts and feelings that aren't actually who they are, and not identify with what isn't them, so that when they express themselves, it's coming through clearly without bias. Because you see down here in the splenic center, this is very fascinating to see. There's tons of channels in the splenic center, because you see it connects through this 37, or rather the 57 to the 10, the 57 to the 34, the 32 to the 54, the 18 to the 58. All of these centers are coming out, all of these channels are coming out from the splenic center, which is very fascinating to see such a powerfully defined splenic center, which is the first awareness center. You might have remembered earlier I mentioned that this ajna center is an awareness center, and this solar plexus center is an awareness center. These two are completely undefined. In a previous lifetime, their lessons have been completed. And then we look over here at the spleen, the first awareness center, the original. This is instinctual. This is animals and mammals and plants. You know, the insects, all the creatures we look around us, all the life forms have this awareness center, and we share it with them. And there's all this definition coming out from it. And so from this person being able to trust their sacral response in the moment, they're actually able to witness this radically empowered survival creature, this force of life that can not only survive for itself through its own capacity for integration, it can also provide communication to others that can allow them to know when, where, how, why their behavior is not leading to transformation. You see? And that can only happen out of response. Because this person's a split definition, after all. And so you might have noticed I said there's these 6 centers defined. And they're quite close to each other, however, they are actually split off from each other. For you see, you have this throat center connected to the heart center via the 45, 21, and then there's this 26 hanging and not connected to the 44 in the splenic center. And then over here on the spleen, you got connections to these 3 other centers. Whereas over here, there's only 2. And so not only do those 3 themes of avoiding conflicts, pretending to be certain, and busy with things that don't matter, not only are those in play, there is also the need to find the bridges of whatever will connect these together. And there are tons of them, because you see it's right here, there's a 16, right here there's a 20, here there's a 31, and in here there's a 44. So the 44, the 31, the 20, and the 16. This person needs to be able to identify with, express, and demonstrate the leadership qualities of somebody who is not going to go extinct, of somebody who knows that their people will survive. And in the not-self, that's what they need so much in their mind. They need to be certain that they can behave in such a way that they will survive. And in their mind, they need to be clear on that. And that's the not-self. However, the actual body itself knows how to survive very well. And yet, if the mind is being amplification, if the mind is busy amplifying things rather than witnessing, then it's far too busy avoiding problems, pretending to be certain about things that don't matter, to actually be able to allow this survival force to do its job. For you see, they have this channel, the 952 down here. I actually have this channel myself. And this is a channel and a format energy of concentration. It gives them this logical capacity to focus in and concentrate on something to accomplishment. And so that's going to be throughout everything they do. However, if they're too busy amplifying things that don't matter because they're avoiding the conflict, then they're not going to be concentrating on something that matters. They're going to be lost in these black holes, these abysses of, I've already solved this problem, and yet why am I getting lost in it? It's like my resource isn't there anymore. I don't know what happened. And the thing is in response, the wisdom can come through. However, with over-identification and amplification, there's no chance for the response to come through. With that amplification system taking over, it essentially becomes ignorance that becomes the driving force. And it's a self-fulfilling ignorance because it has to remain ignorant. You see, the mind has to remain ignorant in order to convince you that it is in control and that it's smart to leave it in control. Because I know it didn't work out last time, but maybe it will this time, I promise. And I'm certain about it. I'm certain we can avoid the problem this time because I'm focused on something that doesn't matter. And they may not use those words. However, in the mind, if the mind is making every decision, that's the fundamental quality of what's being done underneath the surface. And yet the thing is, the beauty of this person, the power of this person is that if they are waiting to respond, if they can trust their gut intuition and instinct in the moment, not deal with the amplification of the emotions from other people, allow that to come and go. If they can trust that gut response in the moment, then not only can they survive almost any circumstance, they can provide this quality that brings success where others would fail and failure where others would succeed. For you see this 4629, this is personally one of my absolute favorite channels in the entire body graph because of what I had just mentioned. Success where others fail and failure where others succeed. So there are people who can get away with the mental decision making, letting the mind get lost in all this ignorance. And there are some people who have a specific kind of ignorance that is rewarded in the modern world. Then there are some people who have a form of ignorance that they were born with that is not successful in the world. And they have to actually start to wake up. They have to start to see for themselves and to honor their body in order to truly succeed at all. And this is most likely going to be one of those people, because if they're trying to live the ordinary life that everybody else lives, they're going to fail because other people succeed there. And if they're able to trust their body and to concentrate in and allow the unconscious to lead so that the conscious can witness what's unfolding, if they allow that, then they could succeed where no one else could. No one. And with that success where no one else could find it, due to these two channels between the root and the spleen, it has this logical quality about it wherein it's a perfecting of the pattern that can be applied at the collective level that other people can practice and follow along with. It's also connected with this 3254. Now this is the capacity to transform the material plane for success. And over here in this integration, there is the individual's capacity to survive right now and to be busy doing something that is guided by their own intuition, their own immune system, this spleen, this survival awareness. It's in the body, it's in the unconscious. You can see that it's basically all red channels here. These are red gate activations, this 34, this 57, this 10, and therefore it's in the unconscious. So this body itself knows how to take care of itself and survive, to integrate this moment and to keep going forward. However, that's the body. The body knows how to do that. The mind isn't even aware that the body is necessarily good at doing that. And so if the mind tries to take over that job from the body, then the wisdom that they could be sharing with other people is instead abusing themselves and constricting themselves into ever-tightening chains of impossible limitations. Because you see, that mind, everything we're thinking about up in here is for the purpose of sharing wisdom with other people. It has nothing to do with telling you what to do. This mind has no idea how to tell me what to do. I let the body tell me what to do, and I feel satisfaction. I tell you what, I remember letting this mind tell me what to do all the time. I was so stressed out. I had all these acne problems and everything. Man. And I got an undefined ajna like this person as well. It's incredible being able to think in all kinds of different ways and not having a fixed, rigid system through which I am always thinking this way. And I'm not, because I can think in all kinds of different ways. And so can this person. This person can think in not only any kind of way, this person actually can think in a way that is so beautifully attuned to the world around them with the facts and details to back it up, to get other people to recognize their inner truth. And they can deliver those goods. Only if they're waiting to respond. Only if they're trusting their response to lead the way. Because after all, they have a lot of power. This 14th gate hanging, this gives the strength that can really power through things and accumulate and build it up. The thing is there is no second gate here. The second gate is not activated, it's a receptor. And because of that, that power does not have a natural orientation. It does not have a natural direction for that fuel to go in. And so this person is most likely occupied, avoiding conflicts, pretending to be certain about things that don't matter. And yet, if they have that potential to trust their body, they can witness an unfolding, wow, that could shock anyone. And I suppose that's about all I have for the moment. I really appreciate you taking the time to watch this, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. And I'll talk to you later. Take care, and bye for now. Grand Rising, and welcome to the show. Today we're talking about a special request from the user Pillow Project. And basically this is about a 5-1 projector type and profile. And so I'd like to begin with touching into this notion of what a 5-1 profile is, because we've spoken about the projector and how the projector functions. Waiting for the invitation, waiting for the recognition from others before sharing what is on the inside. And so this is a 5-1 profile projector. This means that this person has an unconscious foundation that is solid. It is in their body itself. And it is solid. It knows what it's doing. It is, it's fearful. It's afraid. And so the only way to quell that fear, to make sense out of the fear of life, is to learn, is to understand, is to gain in knowledge, to become intelligent. And so there is a deep potential for unconscious intelligence in this person, that they can really have a strong, defendable position. And that's coming from the unconscious. In the conscious side of things, the 5th line personality, this is what we see, right over here in the chart, you'll see a 1.5 and a 2.5. Like over here, there's a 4.1 and a 49.1. This 5th line means that this person has a personality that is deeply sensitive to projection and is often receiving high value projections from others. And can this person deliver on the projection that they have received? Can they meet the expectations from the other person that have been placed upon them? This determines whether or not they will be seen as a heretic or a savior. Essentially, this 5th line is receiving all this positive expectation from other people. And if you can deliver on that, then they're like, oh, wow, thank God, thank you, thank everything. This is so wonderful. I'm going to let everybody know you were so helpful for me. I saw you, I thought you were going to be helpful, and then you were so helpful, blew my mind. I'm going to let everybody know. And that's on the good side of things. However, on the shadow side, if one cannot properly deliver a practical solution to the projection that has been received, then they'll be seen as a heretic. If somebody tries out your advice and it doesn't work, it's not simply, oh, it didn't work, I'm not going to listen to them. It's, they really seem like they're good, but they're actually garbage. This is the reputation they will receive, that of a heretic. This person who you think is amazing, and it turns out they're actually evil or nasty or not practical, to put it simply. And so this person is deeply in tune with the stories, the mythos, the chatter about the street, the electromagnetic field in the air. Quite literally, they're in touch with these stories and these subtle energetics and these expectations. There's actually a deep correctness in a fifth line, being with a sense of paranoia when somebody comes up to them. When somebody comes up to you as a fifth line being, it's like, well, what do you want? What do you actually want from me? What's the projection you're going to apply on me, and can I deliver that, or am I going to say no? Or am I going to say yes if I can't deliver it and become a heretic? You see, there's this deep sensitivity to their reputation as a fifth line. The stories travel far and wide very fast. And so if this person can trust their inner authority and type strategy, then they will be able to actually deliver practical and valuable solutions from the unconscious foundation in their first line. And their fifth line can be fulfilled. Their personality can be fulfilled and feel good about itself because it's able to support others and meet their expectations. And so this person is a self-projected projector. You might notice that if we look at the body graph here, this is the primary element of human design and becoming in touch with what's really going on, in the experience of life. And so we can see this person has only 2 defined centers. They have 1 channel, and they've got all these centers undefined, all these 7 centers undefined. These are 7 themes of life that become quicksand, or they become a black hole that sucks you in and pulls you in. It pulls you away from your intelligence and into what might work for somebody else. It pulls you into what isn't truly fulfilling, but you can practice and try and pretend to be solid and consistent. However, it never will be. And these are 7 different themes of life like that. However, they're a projector. We see they have this channel of the 1-8. This is a channel of demonstration of their own unique creative potential. And so this person needs to have the opportunity to share with others and to demonstrate their difference, their own unique original creative contribution to the whole. And the thing is if they're allowing these open centers to rule their decision-making process, they will not be able to actually demonstrate anything of true value, and they will not demonstrate anything that is helpful or supportive or practical. And so what does that really mean? Well, so we have these centers here, and I'm going to start right here in the ego center. As an undefined center, this ego provides the most powerful not self pull. This provides the need to seek validation and receive validation from other people. This is not knowing one's worth, not having a consistent relationship to determine worth or value. This is also willpower. This is an inability to make promises. So this person, they're a 5-1, and they want to be able to deliver on the expectations from others, practically. However, if they ever make a promise in their life, that is most likely a mistake. And that's because of this undefined ego center right here. This is the willpower to keep up with one's promises and to hold up one's end of the bargain. And 70% of people have an undefined ego. 70% of people are here with nothing to prove and no promises to make. In truth. However, the fact of the matter is, there's tons of people out there with undefined egos who want nothing more than to receive your approval. For you to tell them that they are worthy and they are powerful and they are strong and they are worthy of love. And what are they going to make promises about? Well, you see, the next most powerful undefined center here is the solar plexus. And the solar plexus is the seat of all feeling. It's emotionality. This isn't simply survival feeling. This is the higher order emotional, socio-economic, subtle feelings, from the inside. Well, I don't know, there's just something. And the thing about this emotional center is that it's undefined. And in the undefined emotional center, this person wants nothing more than to avoid the conflicts. They want to avoid problems. They want to avoid the emotional wave that comes from upsetting somebody who has an emotional system. Because, whoa, in their system, they pick up that emotional wave and they amplify it 10 times, maybe even 100 times over. And they deal with the highest of the highs and the lowest of the lows because they're identified with things that don't belong to them. And in identifying falsely, they amplify the field. And it just goes crazy because essentially they're making promises about avoiding problems. Oh, I won't do that anymore, I promise. I'll never behave that way again. I won't bother you again. I won't cause you any problems. Because then you'll give me this feeling of worth. Oh, and there's plenty more undefined centers. The next one we'll look at is the sacral center right here. This is knowing when enough is enough or not. This is having a fixed relationship with the generative life force principles. And so this is a projector, which means undefined sacral center does not know when enough is enough from birth. The wisdom is to eventually learn exactly where, when, how, why enough is enough. To be really wise about that. However, when the mind is ruling your life and these open center poles are dominating your decision making, you have no idea when enough is enough, and you'll keep going, 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 and you'll keep going. Because you have this unconscious foundation, this first line in the unconscious, that's going to hold stability. And if you don't know when enough is enough, essentially what happens is that on the dark end of things, when the first line unconscious is unhealthy and there is something wrong, it is most likely not going to be noticed for a while. And it's not going to be noticed because it's within the very foundation itself. It's kind of underneath and out of the way. It's the supporting mechanism. And it's in the foundation that there is a flaw. And so it's only once it's been built up too tall and too strong that all of a sudden, the taller they are, the harder they fall. And the first line unconscious can feel this very deeply, and they can pass over from deep health. 1 week they're doing great, and the next week they're gone. And so knowing how to honor when enough is one of the most important things you could do as a projector to honor your health. Don't push it too far. Allow yourself to take a break. Allow yourself to lay down. Allow yourself to take a nap. Self-care is so extraordinarily important, especially with all these undefined open centers. With 7 undefined centers like this, there is so much energy from the world that is being amplified within the field of this person. Before they gain some, as we call, astral etiquette, before they gain some energetic balance and they're able to manage their thoughts and no longer create thoughts of identifying with what isn't them and amplifying that and trying to make that consistent, because it never will be. Down here in the undefined root center, this is the center of adrenal pressure. This is stress pressure. This is the push of life. And this person has an undefined root center. And so that means they are busy to be busy, 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 because they want to release the pressure. There's all this pressure of life they're amplifying because it's not consistent. So in their mind, they are amplifying their adrenal stress pressure about things and wanting to get it done and relieve the pressure. And the thing is, the joke is, the only way you can actually alleviate the pressure when you are identified with an undefined root center is to pass on. Because so long as you are identified with falsehood, so long as you are identified with what is not you, you cannot be healthy, you cannot be happy. You could have a sham, you could have a charade, you could put on a facade, there could be a show, and it wouldn't be the fulfilling show that's really possible and you know is possible deep down on the inside. So remember to relax, take a deep breath. You don't need to rush yourself in life. Next up here is the Splenic center. This is fundamentally the survival center. We share this awareness center with all the living animals, plants, insects, everything on the earth that is alive. We share the splenic awareness with them. This is right now. The eternal now. That's the spleen. And it's about survival, fundamentally. And so the immune system is a key element here. And because this person has an undefined root center, personally, I would recommend attempting or trying out homeopathic medicine. Because as I've been saying, when you have an undefined center, you are energetically amplifying the energy that comes into this center. And so when you have an undefined spleen, the homeopathic medicine, these super, super, super tiny doses, super low quantity, high quality. That high quality in a low quantity goes into your system and it's like, whoa, I like this, I can amplify this and it feels good. So a little bit goes a very long way with the undefined spleen. They're probably very interested in being spontaneous. Oh, I'm just going to do this right now, whoops. The thing about the spleen is that it rules spontaneity. And in the not self, you want nothing more than to be what you're not. And so they'll try to be spontaneous and perhaps get hurt because they don't have that instinctual, judgmental, intuitive, right now, how to respond to spontaneity, how to be spontaneous. They don't have a consistent factor there. And so the fundamental not-self theme is to hold on to things that are bad for you. Because at least if I hold on to this thing, it gives me a feeling, and I can trust this to be reliable. Even if it's a bad reliable. And so there's always this invitation to take a breath and to let go of what does not serve you. Because you are so talented and skilled at amplifying the energy that life gives you, that you want to be sure to amplify good, wholesome, positive energy. And when negative energy comes your way, energy that is disharmonious, that makes you feel, ooh, icky or sticky or gross, that is not the place to engage your mind. That is not your place to go, oh, that's so gross, let's get rid of that person, that's so gross, I gotta get rid of that, it's just wrong. And it's not the place to do that. It's the place to recognize, oh, okay, that's not my preference. That means that's not the place to engage my mind. Because the mind is built for your preference. It's built to share your highest joy with other people so that they can hear the highest joy of a person. And the only way to get there is by following your strategy and authority, is by allowing these open centers to be, not identifying with them. I need to hold on to this thing because at least then I can avoid the conflicts. And at least then somebody will tell me that I'm worthy because I don't know what enough is enough and I'm so dang busy. Over here in the Ajna center, this Ajna chakra is about conceptualization. This is about thinking and how we see the world. When it is undefined, this means that there is no consistent method of thinking. There's no consistent frame that I'm always thinking like this or I'm always thinking like that, because they can think in any which way. And so in the not-self, the pretend is to be certain. If I pretend to be certain about this, oh, I know I'm right, you gotta trust me on this, this has gotta be it, this is exactly it. It's not a consistent mechanism and it cannot be trusted. And so I myself am an open ajna like this. And so for me, if I ever say something with certainty, like, yes, it's always like this is truly an absolute, You know, it's a joke. I know it's a joke. I know that if I'm ever being certain about something, that it's a joke. It's not something that I can be seriously certain about. And that was such a relief, I tell you what, because this person's also got a wide open crown center. This is the only center that is wide open. And like me, this is another situation. Only the crown center in my body graph is wide open, undefined. And so what this means is mystically, in a previous lifetime, this person completely mastered all of the themes of inspiration. All of the pressures to think in this way or the pressure to think in that way, whether it's doubt about the pattern in the future, whether it's returning to the past and trying to rationalize it, whether it's being present in this moment and having an individual truth. All of those three fundamental themes, which are these three gates up here, the 61, the 64, and the 63, they have mastered all of those themes in a previous lifetime. And so this notion of the crown center is the notion of inspiration and of what does or doesn't truly matter. For you see, with an undefined crown, the mind can easily be occupied specifically with what does not matter. If you try to present something that is important and something that truly matters, they dismiss it. They're far too busy with things that don't matter because they're avoiding conflicts. They're making promises to people and that they're holding on to without knowing when enough is enough, despite the fact that it's bad for them and it's burning out their adrenals and they're getting exhausted and exhausted and exhausted over time. And so with this wide open crown, something I can share about this from my own direct experience is that it's as if, and this is after years and years, because I'm like 31 years old now, so I've had some time to consider and look and feel through life. It's as if I can tell very clearly nowadays, more and more every day, between what does and what doesn't matter. Every day it becomes more clear, the difference between what does and doesn't matter. And paradoxically, and this paradoxical nature is very important to this wide open center. Paradoxically, they're also the exact same thing. They're one and the same. What doesn't matter, what does matter, both are concepts and thoughts about the world and how things work. They're thoughts, you know, it's the same thing. It's not an action, it's not a behavior, it's merely a thought or a pressure to think. And so in the beauty of that, you can actually learn to enjoy what matters, to work on what matters, to feel the satisfaction of making a difference, and then to rest and to relax and to have some time doing nothing of any importance whatsoever, and to see how deeply, deeply important it is to have time doing something of utterly no importance whatsoever. It's so relaxing. And in the not-self, it takes over your life. You see, it becomes the number one most important thing. It's only what doesn't matter. If something matters, then I avoid it. And that's where suffering comes from. You see, it comes from these black holes of open energy centers that are obfuscating the truth and clouding your judgment and making you lost in ignorance. And so as a projector, if this person can do their studies, you know, they're a projector and they're a first line being. These are two factors that lend towards the importance of studying mechanics or studying a system, whatever it is that lights you up, to really know it through and through and to be a master of that system. And if you take the time and do the work to do that and to become a master of your own self and the nature of a system, truly, as a generator, self-mastery is the way. As a projector, it's mastery of a system. And so whatever it is that lights you up, wherever it is that you can sink your teeth in and really understand, people will be able to recognize you. Once you have established true understanding and inner standing with a system, people will be able to see that in your energy field and they will invite you in. They will recognize that there is a master within you. only if you take the time to develop it. And then once they have recognized you and invited you in, now your mastery can be shared in such a way that will land with life-changing affirmity. And that comes from waiting. This is a fundamental universal in human design and decision-making, is waiting for the right timing. You know, each one of us has a timing mechanism on the inside, and the universe itself is its own timing mechanism, if I can put it that way. And when you learn how to make decisions correctly as yourself, when you learn your own timing mechanism, your own reality manifestation vehicle, you know, when you know your body and who you are and how you function, nothing is ever the same from this moment to the next. It's always the eternal now unfolding in a brand new way. Yeah, I didn't go too far into the details of nuanced gates or the resonance square. And there's a taste of this not self, of this 5-1, and even the true self. So if you enjoy this information, feel free to reach out. We can have a conversation like this, even about your own personal details in the private. And that's what I find the most fulfilling thing ever, truly. I love meeting new people and getting to become deep connections, getting to recognize somebody on an intimate level and being able to share wisdom, you know, share good energy. So I hope you're having a wonderful day. Bye for now. And now the thing is the Ajna Center can never be the inner authority. This is a fundamental mechanic for us as 9-centered human beings. Is that at this point in time, this solar plexus here has actually begun the evolutionary process of developing awareness. And so the proto-awareness within this solar plexus has become the dominant authority upon the planet. And the nature of this ajna is that it belongs to the span of all time itself. Not any individual's perspective, not your thoughts and feelings that are personal to you, because they're not. They're simply a perspective that the totality is engaging through you. It doesn't belong to you. It belongs to all time. Hello there, and welcome to Third Lining It, where I'm here to talk about the human design system with the focus on what's called the not self. The focus is essentially on what not to do and why not to do it. And so today we've got a special request. So I'm going to first look into the profile, because within this request there were 2 of them that I'm putting together, and I'm going to attempt and answer both to some degree, basically coming from this chart. So we have a 4-6 environmental authority projector. This is very similar to a 6-2 projector, because it's still a projector, and it shares the 6th line. Now this 6th line is the line of the role model. This is a new evolutionary stage, essentially, that we have the opportunity to partake in and to participate with in the human program. And this is a true role model. You might have heard in the past this phrase of do as I say and not as I do. And this is essentially the fundamental tenet of the hypocrite, which is the shadow self of the role model. For you see, this role model has a bird's eye view on the land, on people, on life, on how things work. It's as if you're driving down the highway and imagine that instead of being situated right here in your car with the roof above you and the ground right below you, your chair is actually about a half mile in the sky. So you have this huge perspective that you're looking out from. And at the same time, it can be challenging to see one's place within that huge perspective. And this is why the sixth line goes through what's called a tripartite process. It goes through a 3-stage process in life. The first 30 years of life or so are considered a third line process of deep trial and error, and attuning to this world that is around them in this lifetime, becoming aware of the way things do and don't work. And then after those first 30 years, there's a 20-year phase of what's called being aloof on the roof. This is where the sixth line has their chance to develop their own internal truth, their own internal perspective on that big picture they've been attuning to for 30 years. This is where the sixth line might become very distant. They might become very detached from the world or from people around them. And if you're going through this, please know that it's perfectly natural, and it's part of developing your truth, that then once you achieve the year of 50 or 51 years old or so, you have this experience of stepping down off the roof, back onto the ground where everyone else is, as a genuine human role model. At least that's within the true self. Within the not self, the individual truth that has been discovered, instead of being demonstrated as an embodied truth, it becomes do as I say and not as I do. And the thing is, the program is no longer interested in hypocrites. The program for humanity is shifting into genuine role models of unique, differentiating human behavior. And so yes, there is a grand pressure on every sixth line being. And it is the pressure to truly integrate what it means to be alive, to be a human, to be able to reflect consciousness from your own unique perspective, to be able to see from your eyes, and to speak from your mouth what you see with others, to allow your body to live its life as you are watching, and able to share clearly without entanglements. However, this is third lining it, where we're talking about the entanglements. And there are plenty here that we can dive into. However, first, I'd like to speak about the sixth line within the unconscious or within the conscious. So over here on the right-hand side, you'll see black text, and you'll see these different black lines here. This is the personality, the conscious personality. This is what we have access to from our birth imprint, consciously. And over here on the left side, you'll see the red text and the red symbols and the red lines. This is the unconscious design. This is the physical body itself, what's happening in your unconscious, that you can become aware of. And this is some of the quickest ways. Simply by learning these mechanics and seeing how they play out. And so this sixth line within the unconscious, for this character here, this brings this immense pressure from underground, this immense resilience, this immense power and pressure to survive. Whereas if this pressure was in the conscious, it would be in the personality and the pressure to think about things and to see things in this big perspective. Whereas here in this chart, it's in the unconscious. It's in the body itself. And since it's the 4323 right here with double definition, it means there is a structural voice within this person that they're not aware of. That all of a sudden they're hearing themselves speak something that's like, whoa, I don't know where that came from. And if they were to meditate upon it, they might see how it fits into a bigger picture. And if that sixth line was in the conscious personality, it would be one's awareness of their own structuring of things in the way they speak and see. Whereas in this chart, it's coming from the unconscious, it's coming from the unknown, it's coming from the body, from what other people can easily see. And they generally tell you about it and you go, what? No way. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I guess that does make sense. Eventually. And so this fourth line here is what's called the opportunist. The fourth line is the first in the upper trigram of the hexagram lines, and that means that this is part of what's called transpersonal karma. It is a geometric movement that is connected with other people and the relationship with others that one can have. In this case specifically, it's mostly about the ability to opportunistically externalize one's influence throughout their network. So, on the light side of things, this is the ability to be a good role model for your friends and family that they can look up to and follow in the footsteps of. However, in the shadow self, this opportunist is opportunistically hypocritical. And something I've noticed in my own life with the sixth line being coming from a first line. You see, I'm a 1-3. And so the sixth line to me is something that is incredible, and I have a deep respect for the process. Because the immense power that is simply coursing through that geometry, that sixth line, is profound. And they can exist in behavioral states that wouldn't be stable or reliable for someone like me as a 1-3. It's something that I've noticed. That this sixth line can, say, get away with things that I can't. And so, fueled by the fourth line in the conscious personality, this sixth line it has the potential to deeply betray other people for its own benefit. And then to justify it in a way that makes the other person question whether or not that was actually a bad thing or not. You see, this person has the ability to structure the reality for people around them, both on unconscious and conscious levels. That's this 43-23 channel right here. And as we can see, and I mentioned earlier, the 23 and the 43 is the sun-earth of the unconscious, giving this deep power to structure perspectives simply out of the vehicle itself, out of the body, the way in which the tonality comes through. Really influential on other people, a high potential to be influential. And wow, yeah, I'm looking over here and I see the 43-23 in the personality nodes. So it means in the environment that this person is meant to be consciously aware within. They are here to 4, bring the answers, and 49, ground those answers in genuine principles, genuine values that can order and orchestrate all the various needs of life in a principled way. So I've hardly said anything about the not self because I'm so interested in talking about the mechanic that's happening here. Because we can see this person has influence. This person speaks in a way that can structure perspectives. And the thing is, they're a projector. They're a projector with environmental authority. And you see, that's because they have no definition below the throat, and they have definition above it. And now the thing is the ajna center can never be the inner authority. This is a fundamental mechanic for us as 9-centered human beings. Is that at this point in time, the solar plexus here has actually begun the evolutionary process of developing awareness. And so the proto-awareness within this solar plexus has become the dominant authority upon the planet. And the nature of this ajna is that it belongs to the span of all time itself. Not any individual's perspective, not your thoughts and feelings that are personal to you, because they're not. They're simply a perspective that the totality is engaging through you. It doesn't belong to you. It belongs to all time. And that might be a tough pill to swallow. However, these mechanics help to navigate and recognize what's going on, because there's a fixed ajna here. And all the other stuff is undefined. All the stuff below the throat, all the energy centers of motors, the direction in life, the immune system, the adrenal pressure, emotionality itself. This is all undefined. This is all inconsistent with activation and definition, and so it is where the mind sinks into and it amplifies it 10, 100, 1,000 times, and then they're stuck dealing with it. And the temptation is to make decisions from this ajna center right here, because it's defined, it's consistent. All this person is doing is thinking about the past. They're thinking about how they can make sense of the past more and more and more, and how they can communicate that to others as an expression of their contribution, their belief system, and their influence, because they have the details to back it up. And so the temptation is to trust all that stuff because it's consistent, and they keep making more and more sense out of the past, and their brain is always very busy trying to figure every single little thing out, and they're very focused and attention, because this is a quad left situation, quad strategic. This is deeply focused and busy into their own field of what they're doing and their little details. Everything else builds from those little details into a working mechanism. And the temptation is to trust that. However, in truth, it will never make correct decisions for this being if they trust their mind. It will only make correct guidance or share cleanly with another being. For you see, the whole purpose of this all-time ownership of the mind is that it doesn't belong to your individual vehicle. It belongs to your ability to share with other people. And so the reason this world is suffering so much fundamentally is because there are so many people who are not sharing their gifts with other people. And this person, as a projector with the 4-6 profile or the 6-2, has a deep potential to be an empowered role model in the world, having massive influence for the better to all of those who truly recognize them, see them, and invite their guidance in. And so why is it so tempting to make decisions from the mind? Well, one reason I can point out is these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 undefined energy centers down here. Each one of these undefined centers becomes the focus point of the mind. For you see, these are elements that are not consistent. They're elements that you can see all kinds of different ways, and you can interact all kinds of different ways within them. So this G center right here in the very middle, this is what gives our sense of identity, our sense of direction in life. And it's even where self-love comes from. And so with this center undefined, there is generally the need to find love and direction from outside of yourself and from someone else. Now this person will finally be my direction in life. Now I can finally work because this person can carry me forward. And so long as I have this person with me, it's all okay. These are all not self-thoughts of the undefined G center. They're traps that the mind uses to hold you into a pattern that for our ancestors meant survival. Back when this ajna center was the dominant authority on the planet, when it was the newest awareness available, it was purely strategic, and that was the way to success. And it simply doesn't work anymore. We have new potentials in awareness that if we don't fulfill, well, we don't feel fulfilled, you know? I mean, that sucks. Over here in the solar plexus, the strategy of the not-self is to avoid conflict and truth. The strategy is to avoid the problems, avoid the emotional waves, is to essentially amplify the feel-good emotional wave, and then to do everything that's possible to avoid and get away from the negative emotional wave. because within their system, their mind goes in there and it amplifies it, and all of a sudden it's 10 or 100 times better or worse. This ego center right here wants nothing more than to receive the approval from others, the validation from others. So it doesn't need them like right there next to them. It simply needs to know that the other has given them approval of what they are, because they have no consistent mechanism for determining value and recognizing their own value. I mean, you're priceless and perfect. You were born that way. If you're forgotten, there's a reminder. Down here in the sacral center, the not-self strategy is to not know when enough is enough. And so this is a deeply pervasive pull. It attenuates everything. Not only are they avoiding problems, seeking validation and direction from other people, but they don't know when enough is enough along that journey. So long as they can continue to share a perspective with that person that keeps them around, which is also the spleen center, this wide open, undefined spleen. This gives no consistent relationship to the immune system and general health. It also gives a deep potential for wisdom about what health is by going through the mistakes and learning the subtleties of what's going on here. Because the strategy here is to hold on to what's bad for you. In the not-self, when you're identified with your thinking and you're allowing these centers to pull you into black holes of nonsense, because you're taking so much thought and you're so busy in your mind, then what happens is you hold on to what's bad for you because at least it's something, you know? At least you can trust the devil that you know. And the thing is, when you're listening to your mind, you really don't know it. You're only familiar with it because you've been dealing with it for a long time. It's once you detach from it that you learn to know it and you learn to see it clearly. Because last but not least, down here in the root center, these are the adrenal glands. This is the root stress pressure. This is busy, 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 busy. You know, there's no end to it. The need to be busy and the need to relieve the pressure, to reduce the pressure by increasing it, by going into it, by forcing it to be done right now. And so perhaps you can see a little bit about what's going on in this person's mind. For you see, not only do they have this very busy mind that's always going back into the past and making sense out of these experiences, the 6447, not only are they communicating with others in a way that structures perspectives, this 4323, they have these 6 undefined centers. So they do not know when enough is enough because they are avoiding the problems. They are still receiving validation from people they're holding on to, even though they're not good for them, because they give them a direction in life and they allow them to maybe relax a little bit sometimes, and they have no idea when enough is enough. You can see how that works, right? I mean, I'll avoid any problem you give me so long as you continue to approve of that avoidance. So long as you allow me to rest, you give me what I need to finally stop moving, stop working so hard. Because this person has 4 undefined motors. You see the sacral center right here, the root center right here, the solar plexus right here, and the ego right here. These are the only 4 energy centers responsible for physical movement on the material plane. Like your facial expressions are all coming out right here in the solar plexus, all the muscles for the solar plexus, even the mouth right here and the lips in the 37. The whole body's mapped out on this chart, and only those 4 centers are responsible for movement. So this person doesn't have any consistent movement process. And yet they're a quad left. They're deeply strategic. They're probably busy as hell getting everything done as a super slave until they finally learn to relax a little bit. Because you see, a lot about this stuff is, a lot of it is the nature of life, and so it simply happens the way it happens. The key difference here is, are you paying attention? Are you aware of what's happening or not? Because if you are aware, then you can get the best of even your blunders. You can get the best of your detriments, of your shadows, of your weaknesses. You can even be rewarded for those weaknesses in the true self. However, in the not self, even your strengths become a punishment. You know, this person is really good at being influential and communicating their experiences to other people and how that can structure their perspective. However, since it's all operating within this not self unconscious program wherein I must receive validation by avoiding problems and finding direction outside of myself, so long as that is the program running, then there's no access to actually have a positive influence. It's actually the shadows coming through and influencing other people, and you may or may not recognize the influence you're having on those around you. What a deep pain that can be. To have this magnificent power within yourself as a projector. For you see, the strategy as a projector is to wait for the invitation. It's to wait from the recognition. Other people can actually see in you what you have seen within yourself. But only once you've actually seen the mechanics at play. And it may not be so interesting to look into yourself like a generator would. As a projector, simply to hear about these mechanics and to see them in play with other people. This can radically shift your perspective on life once you start to see how generators go, no, yeah, And they're always buzzing around with this sacral motor that once you recognize, you'll start to sleep alone. And it's not because I told you to or something. It's simply because if you are sleeping in bed next to another human being, you most likely have energy centers defined that aren't normally there. You're most likely receiving conditioning while you're sleeping that will influence who you are while you're awake. Because you didn't get a break to be in your own field and to let your own homeostasis find itself. With all those undefined centers, there's so much room for amplification. And when you can learn to see the mechanics in play within other people, you learn to see an emotional person from a non-emotional person. You see how these emotional beings tend to work on a different wavelength from the rest because they're over time. Whereas the splenic beings exist only right now. You can't expect them to know what's going to happen later or what they'll think later because they're right now. Whereas the emotional person, they might have some kind of feeling in their wave of what it feels like right now for them. Who knows how it'll actually be. And that's why one of the most important things for a projector is to not only study the foundations of human design or any system you get into. However, within design specifically, you need to get to the level of color, transference. And this means that within other systems, you can't simply skirt along the surface. You have to actually get into the depths of what's going on behind the scenes and how things work. Because as a projector, you are seeing into the magnetic monopole that resides in the second gate of this G center right here. There is the magnetic monopole which is orchestrating the entire hologram of life. It moves us along our line of geometry. It is literally the driver of our bodies, the source of intelligence, the origin of direction. And you see into that mechanic. And because you see into that mechanic, when you see all these people who aren't going their true direction, you get bitter about it. And it's like, oh, that sucks. I don't want to, oh, look at that. That could be so much better like this, and this could be so much better, and blah, 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 blah. And the thing about projectors is the signature frequency, the signature vibration is success itself. And so that bitterness, if other people can recognize that bitterness as a valuation, then they can even rise up a hierarchy without having to learn about the mechanics. However, for the projector who does learn about the mechanics, who does wait for the recognition from others, who does their studies so that they can be recognized, to them the greatest success is bestowed. Like, I'm a generator. I'm not here to be in the field of success in the same way as a projector. My signature vibration is that of satisfaction. And I can find that any day, you know? I can eat some really good food and be like, oh, I'm so satisfied. And that's the quality of my life. That's the signature vibration that I'm here to generate for the world. That the projectors, manifestors, and reflectors can then amplify or simply play with. As a projector, this person is here to be success itself because they see into the mechanics of life. They see the building blocks that make success, and they know how to put them together because they've seen the ways in which they've been put together wrongly and how that fails. So they have this sharp eye, and as a sixth line with a big picture, and it takes a lifetime. So don't rush yourself, you know? Take your time. Breathe through the experience of life. Smell the roses, you know? You don't have to prove your value to other people by avoiding their problems. And I know you want to not know when enough is enough. However, eventually you will learn when enough is enough, and you'll know very precisely, in the deepest of nuance. This is the blessing I wish to bestow upon you. And so one more nugget of this before I move on. I suppose two. Because I wanted to speak about color transference as projectors. Right here we can see a color 2 and a tone 2. This is the color of hope in the tone of uncertainty. This is the ability to recognize what exactly one is not meant to interfere with. I'll say that again. This is the recognition of what exactly one is not here to interfere with. This is what hope is about. Hope is sitting by the river and watching as your problems float away. This is not the transference of guilt. That's the fifth color. That's what brings you into, I need to fix this, or I know how to fix this. For the truly fifth color people, it's not guilt in a bad sense. It's guilt as in, I know how to fix this, which is the simple fundamental mechanic of guilt. It's not like you did something bad. It's simply awareness that you could improve things. So you feel guilty because you're not improving everything you can to the best of your ability. Or are you? Because this person's a second color. They're not a fixer. They could be a plumber, you know, a plumber that's not very good at their job because they think they need to fix things and they're kind of sort of good at it. But really they're more like a Buddha, more like a guru who can sit by the river and watch everything float away. And everything float right back in as it flows away. They can learn what not to interfere with, which is fundamentally that the mind on the inside is not here to tell the body what to do. This is my fundamental hope and my lack of interference. I am also a second color hopeful motivation person. And once I learned about my body making its own decisions, you know, it's been a wild ride ever since. I have absolutely been dedicated, and I feel that I have been rewarded in the most nuances of ways. I feel as if I'm experiencing my life rather than someone else's life, rather than something where maybe somebody else could succeed. I feel like I'm living in a place where I specifically can succeed. And this hopeful environmental authority, Projector, can feel the same way. They can experience such a depth of success in their life wherein generators are coming to them by the herd, and they have to go one at a time. No, take your turn. I've got time. And they spend that one-on-one time experience together. That generator leaves, and by the time they come back, they're like, wow, that was so great, thank you, we'll see you next time. Because they're able to actually give the guidance from their studies that has been recognized from the other. In which case it lands. And the last detail for the person is the 62. I'll even look into this. This is the discovery of details. The third line of the 62. A genius for the unusual. The ability to discover valuable information in detail work and to find innovative applications for this knowledge. The unusual gift of finding and expressing valuable details. And since this is third lining it, I have to talk about the not-self, or the detriment. This is a dissatisfaction with the monotony of detail work, where what is missed may be of great importance and value. The expression and dissatisfaction. The expression of dissatisfaction and boredom in detail work. So this person right here is a discoverer of new details and how to harmonize them into a new structure of reality that has been influenced by their history in life that others can carry forward to success, you know? These people can give conditioning to others in a way that is nourishing and is wholesome and is uplifting and enlivening, inspiring. And in the not-self, they can be so bored of the details that they have no time for it. And they're here to bring a mutation. This is the personality Mars, after all. This is the person's specific brand new mutation. So what it means to care about the little things. This person is bringing like a tidal wake flowing behind them as they go through life in response to how much they do or don't care about the details. If they're being overly strategic, mentally led, not caring about the details, there's this powerful hypocrite who can opportunistically take advantage of anything and condition others in a way that sticks into them with a ring of truth that they can hardly even shake. The shadows are tough, for they've even got this 21st gate and the 14th gate. With the 25 and the 15, these give the power to control the immense inner energy to accumulate extreme rhythms of behavior, and also the power of the priest or the priestess. This is a capacity for blood sacrifice. And that's some darkness on this body graph. Because on the light, in the role model, with the importance and the love for the details, people could get lost in the minutia in such a way that by the time they get out, their life has been improved in a way they're not even aware. Because they have to sit with it. They have to process it. And so thank you for taking the time to be present with me and listening along with this. If you'd like to learn more, feel free to reach out. I've also opened up a new Discord server you'll see in the link below. And this is the Dharma Science Radio Discord, wherein we're talking about human design, spirituality, all of this open source awakening, technology, mechanics, stories, good energy. So I hope to see you there. Take care. Alright, hello there and welcome to the show. If you've been following along, you might notice I've lost a little bit of weight from my head and my face. There's a bit less hair weighing my head down. It's a bit hot and humid here in the upstate New York, so it was about time to adapt to the environment and release myself from some old energy. And so my name is Ian, and I like to talk about the human design system, among other things. So today we're going to talk about a 3-5 right angle cross of the Sphinx. And so before we get into all of that stuff, I'd like to share a little bit about my own personal life in relationship to the Sphinx. Because something that strikes me about this energy is the notion of the mystery of the Sphinx. You see, back in ancient Egypt, we don't know very much about it. There's so much that we don't know, and there's so much that scholars and people kind of pretend to know, even though we really don't have the certainty. And so something I truly believe around this energy of what the Sphinx brings is that it brings an orientation to the mysteries of life that allows us to go forward in a good way, regardless of if we know all the details or not around the mystery. And so the other day I was laying in bed, half asleep, half awake, on my way into the dream realm. And I was listening to a video essay. Somebody talking about this video game called Spore, which is something that was near and dear to my heart when I was a child. I loved that idea of creating a single-celled organism and getting to watch the evolution and participate on that growth cycle into becoming a space-faring civilization, all the way from a single-celled organism. So I was listening to this video essay, and before I knew it, in my own mind's cognition of what was actually happening, I was, instead of listening to the video essayist give their talk, I was hearing all the same words they were saying. However, it was coming through as if it was one of my old friends from high school, almost like giving a parody of the talk, and yet with the energy of the same talk, with all the same words. And so there was this strange kind of like in sync, out of sync, like, oh, this is interesting, this is kind of funny, you know, this is entertaining. And I found myself in a dream space, and it was very strange because it's as if there were these hands, there were these arms holding me down or holding me back. And I began to recognize that I was being held. And the thing was, it was like, oh, I want to get out of this because I feel like I was being constricted. And so if I made any motion towards getting out of these arms holding me back, all the resistance I provided to what was happening was strengthening these arms. So I tried to push away, and they were tightening around me, holding me in. And the moment I started to let go and release resistance to what was occurring, they would release their grip upon me. And so there's a beautiful paradox in there. This notion that when we resist life, these hands upon us, this grip gets tighter because we are resisting the flow. Whereas when we let go and let life, when we allow the natural flow of life instead of resisting what is happening, then we can actually witness these things that we thought were uncomfortable release their own grip upon us because we are no longer resisting the natural flow of life. And so that's a little nugget I feel that connects to the Sphinx in some way, because the thing is like the mysteries of Neptune, is that the more we look into the Neptune placements we have in our charts, particularly on the personality side, this is called the misinformation field of a person's resonance. And the more we look into the details and try to figure out how this mystery works, the more we trip ourselves up. And so if we allow the mystery to be what it is, and we allow ourselves to discover what we find along the way of acceptance and allowing life to be what it is, there is the revealing of the mystery. And it doesn't work if you go looking for it. It only works when you let go and let life. And so today, as I said, we're talking about the right angle cross of the Sphinx. This is a 3-5 profile. We can see the third line here in the personality and the fifth line here in the unconscious design. And so because they are a Sphinx, that means that they have the 7th gate, the 13th gate, the 1st gate, and the 2nd gate. And so if you know something about human design, you would know all of those gates reside here in the G center. Now this G center is what gives us direction in this life. It is what actually contains the magnetic monopole in the 2nd gate. And the 2nd gate right down here is part of this person's life path. It's part of their incarnation cross. It's their unconscious sun in the 5th line. And so they have a natural direction in life that is connected with the 14, which makes them a generator. For you see, if anybody has this sacral center down here defined, it makes that person a generator. And what this means is fundamentally there is an inner yes or no. On the inside, there is this sense of expansion and satisfaction. And there's also on the other side of that, the potential for frustration and contraction, shrinking into a smaller thing that doesn't feel so good and it's tight and you know it's resistance. And sadly, most of the world is stuck in that field. This field of contracting in and finding the resistance and finding the frustration about life and pushing through the frustration and dealing with it and generating this field of unhappiness. And since about 60 or 70% of people alive are generators, they are generating this field of frustration that then the rest of the world, the manifestors, the reflectors, and the projectors have to deal with and hopefully not amplify too much within their own system. However, this person has the chance to be a genuine satisfaction generator, to be somebody who's generating a field of satisfaction that you can see, that you can feel simply by being around them, that you can pick up on because it's contagious. The sacral center is called the most pervasive center in the entire body graph. I would say it is literally generated reality, very deep, material, physical. We have to work one step at a time to get up to the next step. This is linear, one step at a time. And so this person has access to that inner sorting mechanism, the inner authority of the sacral center. It's generated authority. Their body will tell yes or no, forward or backward, expansion or contraction, satisfaction or frustration. And so the fundamental key right here, and this is what gets rid of all the resistance. This is what eliminates resistance, fundamentally. This is what allows resistance to no longer rule your life as a generator, is to trust the body response. And it doesn't matter so much what your feelings are about the situation. It doesn't matter if it feels a bit uncomfortable, or you don't want to deal with the conflict, or you don't want to deal with people thinking that you're not worthy of something because you said no. If you can trust your body response as a generator, then you can get beyond all of that he said, she said nonsense and into your own field of satisfaction, to the point where you couldn't care less what other people think. And even your own mind. For you see up here, the ajna center and the crown center, both of these are undefined. It means this person does not have a fixed way, does not have a consistent mechanism for thinking. They could think in all kinds of different ways. It's more about recognizing the patterns of thinking that occur in the world and how to share wisdom in the face of all the fixed minds, all the people who think a certain way that isn't serving them, and being able to offer a fresh new perspective or a different take on the situation that can then bring about a reframing on the inside of another person's mind because there's an undefined ajna center here, giving that chance to find wisdom around what thoughts truly lead somewhere great and what thoughts only lead to more frustration, what thoughts only lead to more bitterness, disappointment, and anger. And so the ability to get beyond that fundamentally comes from listening to the body, trusting the unconscious. And for this person, being sacral authority, it's right here, right now, in the moment. What does the body have to say? It might say something different 5 minutes from now. It might say something different tomorrow. And that's totally okay. The thing is, what does the body have to say? Not what does the mind think about what the body has to say, or what does the mind think about what other people have said about the body. What does the body actually have to say? What does the body want to do? This is the key. This is what shifts and transforms the entire life. And it's called type strategy and inner authority. So for this person, the type strategy as a generator is to wait to respond. For you see, in the mind, in this ajna center, it's always thinking that I need to do this, I need to get out there and make it happen, because we're basically conditioned to be what we are not for the benefit of the old world's strategic cog and gear mechanism. You see, the old world was purely strategic. Everything had its exact place, and we could all say where it was, we could see where it was, and you owned your place, and that's all there was. It was the strategy of the moment. And in this new world, we have the chance to be receptive to something that has never been alive before. For you see, you have never been alive before. This life has never happened before. This is the first time ever in the history of the cosmos that we've been here doing this in this way. And we can pick up on that and share something new. And so not only does this person have the defined G center giving them direction in life connected to the sacral, giving that response mechanism, they don't need to initiate, they can wait and trust what the body has to say to the circumstances that are attracted to them. Not only that, they've got a fixed throat center up here. And this throat center is all about communication, and it's all about transformation. You see, this is what I personally call manifest reality. It's kind of a higher order, split second, right now, highly transformable energy. You know, like the fact that I can say one thing in 1 second and I can say a totally different thing the other second. And it's not like reality's really changed, or has it? Has reality changed 100,000 times in the middle of every single word that I've said? Because there's this theory of the blinking universe, you know, as the electromagnetic fields are going into the very center, finding themselves on the outside and going back into the very center. This fractal recursive loop that we find for the centripetal vortex that makes up an atom. I'm getting ahead of myself now, so I'll take a step back into this body graph. So this throat center gives a consistent method of communication. It means there is a voice here. There's in fact 1, 2, 3 voices here in this person. There's a voice of I contribute. There's the ability to contribute something unique and personal to the collective, to the people, to the tribe. There's the ability to communicate secrets of what one remembers. And there's the ability to communicate through standstill, to communicate hopefully through the grace of life. And there's this defined throat center connected to the G center, connected to the sacral center. You see, here we have the throat, here we have the G, here we have the sacral. And these are the only 3 defined energy centers. You see, an energy center, fundamentally, provides a dimension to life. The dimension of communication and transformation. The dimension of direction. The dimension of love. and the dimension of generation. This is where the life force energy comes from. So you see, part of the nature of being a generator is the need to do one's work, is the need to spend time satisfying this motor. Not simply doing what other people have asked of you, which can be okay too. The thing is did the sacral say yes or no? Because if the sacral said no, and you went out of your way to do what they asked of you anyway, to prove your worth or to avoid problems or because you feel like you need to be busy and get rid of the pressure, then it's not going to satisfy the motor. It's not going to satisfy the sacral. And without a satisfied sacral, there's no ability to really get a good night's rest and to get good sleep and to really regenerate that energy. Whereas if the sacral says yes, then that means the energy is available for it. And not only is the energy available, it means using up that energy allows for natural, healthy, holistic regeneration of that energy back up to a higher height even. For you see, the thing about the sacral center is that it's always striving to move towards the next level. It doesn't want to be stuck anywhere. It wants to move up to the next level. And you know what? When it gets to the next level, it wants to move up to the next level again and again and again and again. It doesn't want to stop. Sure, it wants to sleep when it's done for the day, whenever it needs to sleep. And yet it never wants to stop moving up to the next level. And it can only do that if you trust the body's inner response system. And so something very interesting about this configuration is that the three of these energy centers, the throat, the G, and the sacral, these belong to what's called a transauric form known as the penta. And so talking about the mysteries of life. The penta is a very big deal, to say the least. Have you ever heard about group think? Say when we get people together and they're no longer thinking with their own individual unique intelligence in mind, they're thinking as a group. For you see, this penta, this transauric form, does not necessarily care about your unique contribution to it, so long as you are providing the energy that allows for sustenance, that allows for continuation along the material plane through time. This penta wants to dominate the world. It wants to control and it wants to be in charge. It wants to survive. And this person is basically a walking penta. Especially being it's their cross. You see their 7th gate, their 13th gate, their 1st gate, and their 2nd gate. Here we have the 7, the 1, the 3, and the 2. We might notice the 1 has an 8. It's a 1-8 channel. The 13 has a 33 into the 13-33. The 2 has a 14 into the 2-14. These are powerful life force energies coming out from the cross that are able to not only communicate the secrets that one has learned from being able to retreat into life, being able to retreat into their own space from the busyness of life to make sense out of things. They also have the 214, which gives that ability to powerfully accumulate and fill the cart, fill the wagon with materials to rise up. And the 1-8 is here to make its personal, individual contribution to the group. However, the 7 happens to be their personality sun. We can see right here, and this one is lacking the 31. And for me, this is part of the mystery. Because the other 4 gates of their cross are all full life force energies. You know, they're fixed juxtapositions in a unique pattern that is theirs. And other people can see that they have a tendency to be able to retreat and to find their own space and disappear for a while, to make sense of things, and then to return, to put in the work, and to then communicate that contribution that they've created. However, the natural drive to be a leader from that 7 does not have the 31. It does not have consistent access to the influence of the leader to shift other people in that way. And so for this person to be able to accept that they do not have the most consistent influence upon others, and it doesn't need to be that way. It doesn't need to be with consistent influence upon others. Being able to be a leader is independent of the influence one has in this case, because to lead is to be able to lock on in one's own life to their direction. And this person has a fixed, strong, consistent direction in life that they can trust. However, if they get caught up in needing to have more influence on other people in order to feel their worth, they're going to lose sight of who they are. And so instead of doing that, they can trust their sacral center. They can trust their body's response. And let the mind think whatever it wants. It's not so important what the mind thinks. Not for making decisions in your own life. For you see, this is the fundamental flip that has shifted to allow the receptivity of these 9-centered forms to really be what it is. In the old world, it was all about mental domination, the binary of left and right, right and wrong, up and down, forward and backward, being able to say, you go over here, I'll go over there, and now we can kill this woolly mammoth and feast. And through the support of the Penta, in our strategic behaviors, we were able to dominate this material plane. That's what rose humanity and human beings up to the top of the food chain, is that we could talk to each other and formulate ideas and strategies in our heads that allowed us to look at the past and look at the future within the present and plan. However, that is no longer exactly the way. That is no longer the only way. It is still part of what we're doing. However, it is not the dominating force in correctness. For you see, now the mind is no longer the dominant awareness center. It is now the solar plexus down here. This is the newest center to mutate, and there is more energy coming through. We'll talk about 2027 at another time. However, this is the wisdom of emotions that is now possible. To be able to see over time in a bigger, more expanded space, in a more of a felt way, through the touch of life. Not simply the binary logic of endless hierarchies on top of each other. Now we're stepping into a heterarchy, wherein there is a fractal self-similarity that allows me to honor within myself. I am of equal worth and value to you, and you are of equal worth and value to every single other person, and even living being, and even inanimate matter, if we can go so far. And that doesn't mean we're the same. We're still different, and yet we're on a level geometric playing field. Because we're priceless. There is no possible number or value you could place upon life and say this life is worth more than that life. Life is simply beyond value. There is no comparison. It's priceless. Perfect exactly as it is, and only in our imagination can we pretend otherwise. And so fundamentally, since this shift has occurred, where the ajna center up here in the third eye this Ajna chakra, is no longer the dominant awareness center because the solar plexus has evolved and it is beginning to gain awareness. It is still a motor pushing energy around, and so it doesn't have the kind of clean awareness that we're used to in, say, the spleen over here on the left, this wide open spleen. For you see, the splenic awareness, we share this with all the life forms on the planet. The birds, the bees, the insects, the trees. This is right now, you know. This is cleansing the body for the purpose of survival. This is the intuition and the instincts. This is even the taste of logic. Not the conceptual thought out framework of this and that and this and that on top of itself with an endless hierarchy. The fundamental taste of logic through intuition or instinct. And then, about 90,000 years ago, we evolved into the Cro-Magnon human, basically, the anatomically modern human. And from there, we began to dominate the world through our logic and concepts. And then 1781 happened, and the solar plexus evolved. And now there's this whole new order of receptivity that is available. We are no longer limited by the decision-making potential of our mind, and only if we can trust the unconscious, if we can trust the body to make decisions. For you see, in the old world, there was the logic of the binary. And now in the new world, that logic of the binary still exists, and it's still useful primarily to observe the world, to be able to see what is around us, to be able to measure all these things in the binary, and then to be able to communicate that with other people. This is the fundamental purpose of the mind. Like, my mind is not here to tell my body what to do. My mind is here to watch the body and to watch the life around me. To make measurements and to see, oh, hey, if I drop this, that happens. And if I throw it up, that happens. And if I throw it through the glass window, I've broken the window. Whoa, maybe we don't want to break things. That's the fundamental purpose of having these advanced minds in here. It's not for telling the body what to do. That's how we immediately get ourselves confused with our ancestors. The thing is there's habitual energy from the past, genetically, that we're used to listening to the mind. And the world around us tells us, think it through, make up your mind. Because that was the old way. And in this life, in this moment, each one of us has the chance to go beyond the old world and to live a life that has never been lived before. Truly, that no one else could live. And so part of that for this person, I'd like to take a moment and talk about these wide open centers. For you see the Ajna chakra here and the Splenic chakra, these two are wide open. There is not a single gate activated on the inside of these energy centers. It means that when it comes to survival instincts and intuitions, when it comes to concepts and thinking, this person has already completed the work in those fields. These first two awareness centers, this is actually a fairly evolved being, if I can put it that way, because now for them, survival on the material plane and concepts and thinking are things that they are here to attune into the nature of the world of today and provide a counterpoint of wisdom for those energies. So trying to imagine, I need to think a certain way to feel strong. Or why can't I remember these things? Why don't I keep thinking the same way? Why can't I blah, 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 blah. That's what happens when the mind is inside out, upside down, trying to tell the body what to do. Is it gets caught up in all these undefined center themes. And these two in particular, because it is said mystically in a previous lifetime, the entire theme of this dimension has been completed. You know, conceptualization, the logical, the abstract, and the individual thinking patterns in a previous lifetime, all the work has been done. It's not about what you think. Down here in the spleen, the fears of survival. Fundamentally, that is a big theme down here in the spleen. All the various fears of survival. How are we going to continue? Not only how am I going to continue, how am I going to avoid death? How are we all going to survive and continue so that we don't go extinct as a species? There is the wisdom in this person. How do we avoid extinction as a species? Well, ask this Sphinx what you need to do, and they could have a response. There is deep, deep, and deeply attuned wisdom potential in these wide open, undefined centers. And that's only if they're able to trust their inner authority and type strategy. Only if they don't feel the need to go out of their way and initiate life because they were told you have to go out there and make it happen. Only if they trust their gut response in the moment. Then their wisdom can unfold in a way that surprises even them. For that's the nature of being a nine-centered human being, is that we have access to wisdom potentials that go beyond our own capacity to conceptualize. I mean, really think about that for a moment. I've heard this phrase that perhaps reality is more strange than we can suppose it is. Perhaps this world is more unusual and it goes beyond our thinking to the point where we can't actually contain the truth in these little noggins. They say you can't handle the truth, and I say that's because the truth handles you. It always has, it always will, and it is right now. In this very moment, there is no avoiding the truth. It's right in front of you. You could pretend to avoid it and then suffer the consequences of pretending in this life. Or you can trust your body, you can trust the unconscious and live for real. For these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 energy centers are pulling this person away from their truth and into nonsense if they listen to the mind and they allow amplification to occur and then to determine behavior. The themes here in the heart center of I need to receive validation and approval from others. I need to prove myself to others. I need to improve myself. It's a mental trap. You were born perfect. There's nothing to improve. Down here in the solar plexus, I need to avoid the problems. I need to avoid the conflicts. I need to avoid, ultimately, the truth. It's that fear of having to deal with amplifying the emotional wave. You know, it's the dominant awareness on this planet. Down here in the root center, this is the need to alleviate the pressure. You know, the pressure, get it done, 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 get it done. And if they allow themselves to sit with that 52, that 50-second gate in there, that ability to keep still for a moment and to not rush oneself, then that need to alleviate the pressure can relax. So instead of fighting against the pressure and recognizing that makes the pressure bigger and bigger, there's relaxing into it, sitting with it, allowing the pressure to be what it is. And in that allowing, it actually relaxes. Over here in the splenic center, these are the fears of survival. This is the need to hold on to what is bad for you. If the mental amplification program is dominating the life, then, well, at least if I hold on to something that's bad for me, I know it's not good, but at least if I hold on to this thing, this person, this habit, this behavior, this job, even if it's bad for me, I know I'll survive because I'm comfortable with it, even if it's bad. I know it's not okay, but it's helping me survive. It's helping me get through. And that's a fundamental symptom of the mental amplification dominance. Over here in the Ajna center, this is the need to pretend one is certain about things. For this Ajna has no access to certainty. There's nothing it could ever be certain about. It's not here to have those original ideas. It's here to communicate with wisdom which ideas are truly fruitful and which ideas are tearing down the tree that we're trying to nurture. And so by letting go of that need to be certain and rigid and consistent in thinking, the potential for wisdom in thinking can arise. Up here in the crown center, this is all about inspiration in life. This is the pressure to think. And so in the not-self mental amplification system, this is fundamentally, I am interested only in what does not matter. Specifically, this is most important. What doesn't matter, that's what has my attention. That's where I am. Because it's what's most attractive. And that's because of the nature of amplification in this system. And so over time, being able to trust the sacral center down there, being able to trust the inner authority, trusting the type strategy, the difference between what does and doesn't matter becomes more clear over time. Being able to learn how to accept and work with what doesn't matter, as, for example, in my own life, it feels kind of like a treat almost. Kind of like being able to watch some television or something at night after one has done their heavy work for the day. Because as a sacral being, we need to do the work. We need to do our work. We need to do what lights us up and use our energy in order to go forward in a good way. And for me, I'm also a sacral being, being able to do that work and then have some rest and maybe enjoy something that doesn't really matter in the biggest of big pictures, and yet can still bring some satisfaction along the way. The difference is, does it rule your life or not? That's the biggest difference. Because all these open center themes, all this transference, all this not self pull, does it dominate the life, or does it add a bit of flavor to the dish of the life? This is the key difference. For this person is a 3-5 profile, as we mentioned earlier. So this third line in the conscious personality, this is always pushing to the limit. This is finding the boundaries of things. This is going up against the very end, the very top. Finding what does and doesn't work by testing those foundations through the trial and error of life. There's a deep pessimism that is natural here. That ability to, well, I don't think that's going to work, so I'm going to do this. And oh, hey, I don't think that would work because I've tried it, and I've tried all the various different ways that it can be tried. And so on the unconscious side, that fifth line in the body, in the design, it means this person is receiving positive expectation and projections from other people. It means other people see this person and it's like, oh wow, you would be great. Would you help me with this? I think you can really solve my problem. And the thing is, if this person is mentally amplifying everything, you know, they're caught up in proving their worth in order to avoid the problems, get the work done, while holding on to what's bad for them in order to prove what's certain about what doesn't matter. If they're dealing with that whole amplification system that's ruling their life and all their decision making, then when somebody places a positive expectation on them, they're not able to deliver because they don't have access to wisdom. They're too busy with their own personal amplification of nonsense. And so when they try to deliver, it's not practical. It doesn't work. And the other person then becomes upset, you know? I looked at you and I thought I knew you were good, and then I know you were actually the worst. You were really bad, and I need to make sure other people know so that other people aren't hurt by you too. And that's the nature of the not-self and the amplification system. However, in the true self, if this person is able to trust their gut response, which leads them in the direction in which they can communicate genuine leadership, then they can deliver practically. They can deliver something that is successful for the other. And in doing so, their reputation expands. Instead of, oh, I saw you, I thought you were amazing, it turns out you're terrible, and I need to let people know you're horrible so they don't get hurt. Instead of that, it's, oh, wow, you were really good. I thought you were good, and you really were good, so I'm going to let other people know we've got a valuable resource right here, somebody you can trust, somebody you can rely on. And fundamentally, that difference is found by following the type strategy and inner authority, by listening to the body, not listening to the amplification system of open centers, because fundamentally these open center survival program patterns, these were the mechanisms of dominance for the purely strategic seven-centered ancestors from which we all arose. You see, this was the old world that's still alive today. And that's the nature of making decisions from the mind, is that it's a binary of left and right, good and bad, up and down, this and that. And it misses the point entirely of what's capable, of what's possible in life today. And so it is my wish and my deepest hope that by sharing some of this with you, that you're able to see there is a life waiting for you that goes beyond your wildest dreams. There is a life waiting for you that goes beyond your imagination. It goes beyond your ability to conceptualize and think about the way things will happen. One of my favorite teachers from childhood was Bashar, channeled by Daryl Anka. And Bashar has said that the mind and the brain is not designed to see and to realize and to think about how things happen. It's not designed to see how things do happen. The mind is designed and the brain is designed to see how things have happened, to see how the past became the present, not how the present becomes the future. For you see, that was the job of the higher mind. That is the job of the higher mind through Bashar's teaching, is that through this higher mind we have access to a field that is greater than our logical, rational thinking, conscious, aware mind. And essentially through human design, that's what we gain access to by trusting our inner authority and type strategy. We gain access to a field of energy that I call genetic intelligence. It is literally the intelligence inherent in every single cell of your body. You know, it's the unconscious intelligence. They say there's only around 5% of the information that is processed of which we are aware of. So 95% of the information processed by your body and your brain is in the unconscious. And only about 5% or so is in the conscious personality. And basically what we're doing by trusting the unconscious to decide for itself is we're trusting the superconscious. We're trusting what is beyond the thinking mind, beyond the small little, this is what I know, and into the genetics of the body, into a field beyond ordinary comprehension. And it's quite profound to see with your own eyes the synchronicities of life that are possible. To see beauty that you can't even explain. To know that there are some things that you can see that you're never meant to communicate with another person. To see that there's some beauty that's meant only for your eyes. And it is my greatest wish that you will learn how to see and be with that beauty which belongs only to you. I hope you're having a wonderful day. That's about all I have to say in this moment. So take care, and bye for now. If you have enjoyed the show and would like to learn more about how all of this applies specifically to you, then kindly refer to the link in this video's description, Private Consultation. Here, we can dive into all of the details together in a recorded call. May your signature vibration of satisfaction, success, peace, and surprise find you in a good way. Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. Boom! Whoa! What is that? There is something happening, and it's a brand new song. It's going to be a great hit. Hello there, and welcome to Dharma Science Radio Celebrity Analysis. My name is Ian, and I enjoy talking about the human design system for the purpose of consciousness expansion and the transformation of human awareness. For I believe we can truly learn through joy, and we do not need to learn through as much suffering as we have when we look into the past. Essentially, we inherited a set of survival paradigms and survival strategies from our ancestors. And while they are deeply valuable, they allowed us to survive this long and dominate the material plane, become the #1 top dog here on planet Earth, human being, able to kill anything. And I believe there are greater heights even than that for us as humans. And that primarily comes down to the individual being and the ability to transform our consciousness into a higher and more expanded order. It allows us to see that no longer is this material world the #1 most important thing when we can actually share in awareness and approach communion, which is when I'm sharing my truth, you are sharing your truth, and together we are enriched by diving into the truth. And so without further ado, we'll hop right into this chart. You see, we have Elvis Presley right here. He's a 3-5 emotional generator aura type. And so one thing we know about the 3-5 is that the 3-5 is here to click into their desires. They're here to lock into something, and they're here to learn on this material plane through what's called, quote, trial and error, unquote. This means that they have that capacity to really attune to the material world and to make their own mistakes, to push the boundaries to the limit and find where things do or don't actually work in the most attuned way to this physical world. They're difficult to influence from other people's thoughts, feelings, emotions, perceptions, influences. And that's in the conscious personality, which we're seeing here in the 54th and the 53rd gate. So we're seeing this need for ambition, and we're seeing new beginnings. We're seeing a beginning of a new ambition coming through the materialistic trial and error. And in the unconscious, we see the 51 and the 57 in the 5th line. So not only is this person bouncing and bumping into things and causing problems and solving problems, in the unconscious, people expect great things from them. And from a distance, it's easy to see great things from them because they not only have a strong and powerful intuitive knowing, they got good instincts in a sense. They also have this need to jump into the unknown, because these instincts and this drive from the ego to jump into the unknown and to be the first is in the unconscious. It's not something the personality can easily identify with. It's something that's simply happening in the unconscious, and the personality is here to watch, whoa, okay, this is what we're doing now. Look at that. Isn't that interesting? And the key here with this fifth line in the unconscious is that they're receiving positive expectation from other people. If you didn't notice, Elvis Presley became one of the biggest music stars in our history. And this fifth line has a lot to do with that because it influences strangers. It's not about close personal friends and family. It's not only about himself. It's about how others put expectations on him, and does he have the ability to deliver on those expectations or not? And so something, when I look a little farther down, are these nodal configurations. In the unconscious and in the conscious, they're both in the sixth line. This sixth line is the role model. So the environment this person is meant to exist within is a role modeling environment. Whether that be a role model of the 31 about having influence over others, whether that's the 41 even exalted about their desires and their fantasies, whether that be the 56, which is all about the linking of continuity through movement. It's also about beliefs and the need for stimulation, this like, I need to be stimulated, give me stimulus. And it's about the 60, which is also exalted, which is about one's limitations and the ability to accept one's limitations and work with them. So we're seeing a powerful role modeling environment about this need to bring ambition into the world because there is a new order that's coming afoot. And this person is intuitively aligned to be one of the first to jump into this new way. So doesn't that sound beautiful, And yet part of the trial, part of the challenge is that we're dealing with all these undefined open centers. And these undefined and open centers tend to become the dominating force in the life. When a person is listening to everything their mind tells them, when they take their mind seriously, then what happens is fundamentally these open and undefined centers become the most attractive thing in the world, and it's what one tends to identify with. This is part of those survival strategies I mentioned earlier that we inherited from our ancestors. Over here in this undefined heart, this undefined ego center, this is all about receiving validation and approval from others, and this need to improve upon oneself. So we could say that it is most likely the case everything Elvis ever did was simply to receive approval from others. It was all because when others are looking at him as if he's this amazing role model and a rock star, it feels good. I receive that positive attention from others, and that's what I'm here for. That's what I like. There's thousands of eyes upon me, and I'm simply singing my song and doing my jam. And he really, really got a lot of satisfaction from that, I'd have to guess. Over here in this undefined G center, this is all about looking for love and direction outside of oneself. Now, if I was more well-versed in Elvis's musical catalog, I may be able to pick out specific songs of his, and perhaps if you are, let me know down in the comments if you see any songs where it's like, you are my love, you give me direction, don't leave me, I need to hold on to you because you are the direction in my life and you are the most incredible and wonderful things, and I'm sure of it. Let me know if there's any kind of songs like that from Elvis, because I'm really not sure. Down over here in the undefined splenic center, this is all about holding on to things that are bad for you. This is about maintaining continuity with what is familiar instead of letting go with what is bad. So even if something is not healthy, if it's familiar, well, it's like the devil I know is worse than the devil I don't. And so they hold on to the bad thing, if we're listening to the mind exclusively. Over here in the throat center, this could be part of why he was such a musician. This notion of, I need to attract attention. This notion of, I need your attention. Give me attention. when I have your attention, when your eyes are on me, then I know I exist. I know I'm real. I'm here because you are paying attention to me. Up here in the Ajna center, which is actually wide open, is the nature of thinking itself. This is where conceptualization comes from. And so with a wide open ajna, this fundamentally means that he had no consistent way of seeing or thinking about the world. You know, he could think about something this way one moment and then think about it a totally different way the next moment. And it was all about attuning, to use this third line keynote, it was all about attuning to the world around him and being able to think in a way that hopefully and ideally would provide wisdom for this world that he found himself contained within. Now up here in the head center or the crown center, this actually gave pressures to think. You know, he had his own individual truth, and over here in the 64, he had his own nature of pressure to return to things, to return to the past of, let me think about this thing again. Let me think about this thing again. Let me think about this thing again. This is strongly connected with confusion, because how do I actually make sense of the past? Things have happened in the past and they don't make sense. How do I make sense out of it? Well, I'm confused until it starts to make some sense, and I've returned to the past and it adds up. So those undefined center amplification themes are the fundamental force in the not-self life. When one is living from what their mind has to say and think, then those black holes of ignorance dominate the life. You know, I need to receive approval from someone. As a man, it would most likely be a woman he wanted approval from, and then he's going to find her direction in life, and then he's going to hold on to her direction because she gives him attention, and all he has to do is to pretend to be certain about something that doesn't matter. Because up here in the crown center, it's all about what does or doesn't matter. And if he can receive the validation and the attention and the love by pretending to be certain about something that doesn't matter, then he's going to keep doing that. Because, you know, it brings the satisfaction of this sacral center, because he's a generator after all. And not any kind of generator. This is a 360 format energy generator with the 5 and the 29. This is somebody who needs to bring mutation. He needs to bring some form of transformation into the energy in order to actually be satisfied. He needs to be able to say yes to the commitment, and that commitment has to involve some form of waiting. It has to involve some form of patience involved in order to wait and to witness the unfolding of this spark that comes through. You see, the 360 is a format energy in the individual circuitry, and it operates on a pulse. This is, nothing's happening, nothing's happening, nothing's happening. Boom! Whoa, what is that? There is something happening, and it's a brand new song. It's going to be a great hit. And what did his songs have to do with? My guess would be they had to do with his desires, his fantasies, his relationship to fate. His ability to recognize that his body really wants something. You see this 41 down there in the unconscious is a gate of fantasy and desire. And this 30 in his personality is about fate itself. This is part of the human experiential way. And this is the drive of fantasy going in to meet with fate. This is you get what you get, not necessarily what you want. And so perhaps a lot of his songs had to do with this nature of having a desire and then life giving what it gives. And perhaps even what that feels like as an emotional being, because he's got this 55 and the 49 over here in the solar plexus as well. So there's this nature of the individual human spirit of the 55. Was he able to express his abundance or not? And the 49, did he express his principles? His ability to say, this is okay, this is not okay, this goes over here, that goes over there. This is how we distribute the energy. And now as another element that I believe Keeley was part of his need to be a famous musician is this first gate right here. This first gate is purely made up of yang masculine lines. in the Chinese I Ching. This is purely masculine energy. This is the need to express oneself as a unique contribution to the whole. You know, I have my expression. This is what I'm here to say. And now I hope you listen to me, because I have something to say. I have something to contribute. I. And this is a force Elvis was dealing with, that he was born with. And it was his only consistent element of his direction in life, is that I have a unique contribution to make. And he's got that 31. He's here to make influence. He's here to influence other people through his communication, because he's got the 62. He's got details about things that he can share. And he has this 56 about stimulation and about his beliefs. How does he use his beliefs and his details and his influence to gather attention from other people, to receive that validation, to find that love, and to hold on to something that ultimately doesn't really matter? And yet he found his satisfaction in one place or another. I would at least have to hope so. Because if he was not finding his satisfaction, then he existed in frustration. And I personally highly doubt his music would have been so proliferous. I doubt that his music would have made such a big impact if he was purely frustrated the whole time. From what I've heard and can remember of his music, he sounded pretty satisfied. And you see, that's the thing. If you're a generator or a type, if you can find your signature vibration, if you can find your satisfaction, that's what you're here to be in this life. Because you are generating reality in a satisfied format. And since 70% of the population is a generator, if we can generate some more satisfaction, then we have truly done the work we are here to do. You know, about 30% of people on this planet are not generators. They're the projectors, the manifestors, and the reflectors. And they have to fundamentally deal with what the generators are doing. And the generators are either generating a field of satisfaction, you know, this feels good, this feels easeful, envelop within my field and become part of this satisfaction. Or they're generating frustration. You know, gears grinding and not really turning in a good way, and every little thing is, I'm having trouble moving to the next step, and I really can't do this right, and on and on and on and on and on. And those other 30% of the population, the projectors, manifestors, and reflectors, they tend to amplify that field. And they turn that frustration into bitterness, into anger, and into disappointment. Unless we're working with satisfaction. Then we can amplify satisfaction into peace, into success, into surprise. And hopefully it's even with minimal amplification. Because if we're only amplifying others, then we're most likely losing sight of our own signature vibration. Because as I mentioned earlier, there are those survival strategies from the ancestors, those open centers, and what they're here to do to our minds, our thinking process. And then there's the definitions within the body graph, such as Elvis's 360, this need for mutation to transform things into a new way, and his 4130, his relationship with fate and desire and fantasy, this wave that slowly builds and builds and builds and builds and boom, crashes all the way back down to rock bottom. So that's about all I have to say for today. If you'd like to learn more, feel free to reach out. We can dive into one of these charts for yourself specifically and go in for over an hour and really get into all these nitty-gritty details and see the mechanisms and get in touch with, well, your satisfaction, with your success, with your peace, and with your surprise. So I hope you're having a wonderful day. Bye-bye. Take care.
If you have enjoyed the show and would like to learn more about how all of this applies specifically to you, then kindly refer to the link in this video's description, Private Consultation. Here, we can dive into all of the details together in a recorded call. May your signature vibration of satisfaction, success, peace, and surprise find you in a good way.
Hello there, and welcome to Dharma Science Radio Celebrity Analysis. Today we're getting a little bit psychological, and we're going to speak about Carl Gustav Jung. And before that, I simply wish to share with you my hope, which is that these sharings allow you a greater insight into the mechanics of human design so that you can learn to see what's at play in the forces of life in a clear, clean, and concise way. And so without further ado, let's hop right on into the chart. So right away we can tell we're looking at a generator aura type. You can see right here that there's a defined sacral center, which means this being is here to respond to life, and that the natural tendency of the mental programming is to attempt and initiate the life, to go out there and get it, to make it happen, to have their impact on the world and make their life what they want it to be. And yet the only way to activate the true, genuine, lasting, and differentiation of satisfaction is through this process of trusting in the timing of life and waiting to respond as a method of decision making. Now that's the strategy for this aura. The authority is over here in the solar plexus center. This is all about emotionality. There is no truth in the now. This is deep, deep, powerful feelings. You see, this person has this gate of the clinging fire. This is about fate. And this channel is about recognition. Not only the recognition of oneself, it is the recognition by the forces of life. This can be very mystical in that sense, very deep into the human experience, that we as humans wish to be recognized by the forces of life and given that recognition. And so this person, Carl Gustav Jung, was an emotional generator. It means that truth is not available in the now, and he would need to wait in order to find clarity about things. And from my studies into his work, which is fairly minimal, I believe he had spent a lot of time on his own, in his own world and in his own field. And I believe that had to do with seeking clarity. For one reason or another, when you find this emotional system defined, you find somebody who is very deep in their feelings. You see, as emotional beings, we feel very powerfully. And sadly, that wave of feeling is never a substitute for the clarity that is found with patience, by sleeping on it, by waiting a little bit in order to actually feel through the equation, not to think it through as we are so tempted to do, to simply feel it through and allow the body to give the mind the clarity it is seeking so very much. And so on the fundamental level, that is what would bring the deepest satisfaction to a being with this form of design. However, we know that Carl did not have a connection with human design. He did not know about his inner authority and type strategy as an emotional generator. And so what does that mean Fundamentally, it means that there are a few forces in his life that have been more attractive to him than his own truth. And this is of no one's fault of their own. This is purely what allowed us to survive as human beings and dominate the world, basically, to become the top dog of the food chain. And that's our genetic imperative to reproduce and our natural attraction to what we are not. The fact that the mind is drawn into what you are not, and that becomes the theme of the mind, is a genetic imperative that's important for us naturally, fundamentally, from our carnal urges, so that these vehicles, these bodies, and the evolutionary process could occur with genetic stability. For we need diversity in order to have fertility. However, in the modern world, we do not need to simply seek out diversity for diversity's sake. Simply being unique does not mean being polished. It does not mean being deeply attenuated. It does not mean being deeply in touch with one's unique differentiation potential, which is what that strategy and authority is all about, nurturing that differentiation. However, in the ordinary person who is simply following their mind and doing what other people have told them, or what their mind tells them, we find a different program at play, which was useful for survival. However, it's not a differentiation program. So it may not be the most satisfying. It may not be the most successful. It may not be the most peaceful. And it may not be the most surprising. Now, first off, we know that this person is a split. They are a simple split in their mechanism, which means that if I look down here, we can see this 30 and the 41 defining the solar plexus to the root center. And we can see this 4253, this channel of maturation, defining the sacral center to the root. And then on the other side, we see the 5710 defining the sense of self with the splenic center. And we see the 31-7 defining that sense of self with the throat center. And we can see that there's a 50 here, there's a 54, there's a 38, there's a 14, and there's a 35. Any of these gates would function as a bridge that connects their split. It connects the two halves inside of this person with each other. Now, fundamentally, in the mind of a split definition person, we are most interested in bridging this split and getting in touch with that feeling of wholeness we find when the two halves inside of us are connected together as a whole. This means that the energy exchange within us is able to complete its cycle in a natural, clean, quick, efficient way. And the natural process here is not exactly that. The natural process and the recommendation is to accept that as a split definition, you have two halves inside of yourself, and they won't always be able to communicate immediately. And so it can be valuable to have a person around who bridges your split. However, if you can accept that you have these two halves that don't always directly communicate, you'll find that self-acceptance is a lot more sustainable and stable than reliance or codependence on another person to provide what your mind has convinced that you lack. When there is no such thing as lack. We have everything. It's merely differentiation imprints or receptive to wisdom. And so the fundamental themes here that this person is looking for in their mind would be this 38, for example. This 38 is the gate of the fighter, and it makes this channel of struggle, this willingness to really fight for what you believe in and to know what's worth potentially sacrificing your wellness for. This 54 is about ambition. This is about rising up the hierarchy. This is about immense power, I want to say. This is about affluence. This is about being in touch with this rising up through the forces of life. And it makes this 3254 channel of transformation on the material plane. The 50th gate here is about having the instinct or the intuition to know what to care for. The 27 on the other half is the energy to say yes to caring for things or people. And so without that 57, he doesn't exactly know what to care for. He has the energy to care, and yet he's seeking what to care about. Without this 14th gate, there could be a lack of power. There could be a lack of raw energy to dedicate towards his second gate. For this gate number 2 is the most receptive. It is purely yin, feminine lines that are deeply receptive and give orientation in the life. And without the 14, there is no raw transformative energy that rises up into that new direction. Without the 35, this can be lacking awareness of when one is full, of when it is time to move on. For you see, with this 36 here, there is the need to actually penetrate into a new experience. There is the need to have inexperience or a lack of experience turn into experience. And this can be deeply involved with crisis. For if you have no experience and yet you're going into it, you don't know what you're doing. And that can bring about a crisis. And the 35 on the other end is the fullness. This 35 is, okay, we've had enough, we're done with this, we're moving on to the next thing. And it forms this channel of the jack of all trades. So fundamentally, we're seeing a mind that really thinks it knows when enough is enough, really thinks it has the power to make transformation happen. It thinks it knows what to care about. It thinks that it is able to rise up in the hierarchy, and it thinks that it's a deep and powerful fighter in order to really make something happen. You know, I mentioned earlier that this is a generator who's here to respond. However, in the not self, in the mentally driven life, this person is pretending to be a manifester because they are struggling and fighting to rise up the hierarchy with their powerful skills because they know what to care about and they know when to stop and move on. However, all of that is false. They don't know any of those things. What they have and what they are is truly vastly different. For you see, we spoke a moment about this 4130, this channel of recognition, this desire wave about being recognized by the forces of life, because as a 41st gate, this is a gate of fantasy. This is a gate of desire. And that 30th gate is all about fate. This is you get what you get. And on the other side of this definition structure, we have the 4253. This is a channel of maturation. This is about going through cyclical patterns in life and going forward in such a way that old things resurface in a new way as one is maturing through cycles of beginnings, middles, and ends. This is a cyclical format energy for the abstraction collective process. And in their other side, on their other split, we have the 5710. This is the perfected form, where you see the 10 is where behavior of self fundamentally comes from. And this 57 is where there is a deep and powerful penetrative insight and intuition into what there is to be done. However, this is fully unconscious. And if you know anything about the unconscious channels in human design, you know that this means fundamentally that Carl did not know he did not identify with this notion of having this powerful intuition that guided his direction in life necessarily and guided his behavior. Now, since he has the 32 and he had the 48 in his personality differentiation imprint, he could be aware of the depth. He could be aware of his smell, his sense of, can this lead to transformation? Can this lead to success? He could be aware of that. However, the penetrative, gentle insight of the 57 is part of an unconscious definition to the 10. And that means that other people may notice, oh, wow, yeah, that was perfect. That was really cool. And you know, he had quite a legacy in the psychological sphere. And that could even be given to this 31-7, which was fully conscious in the personality imprint. This is the design of the alpha. This is a leader and somebody with the role of a leader. And with that 51st gate in his undefined ego center, there is this need to be first about leading the way into a certain field. In this case, his field of psychology. I believe he coined the term the collective unconscious. This notion that what is on the inside of me that I can hardly even be aware of is also inside of you. That we actually share the unconscious field, and it could even be a superconscious field that goes beyond our individual thinking capacities, and yet we're not fully aware of what's going on in there. And I can attribute that even to that 48th gate. This 48th gate is called the well. This is the deep, deep, deep unknown, fundamentally. For you see, the 16th gate functions as a scoop. It goes into the 48 and it pulls something out from the unknown. However, he wasn't functioning through that 1648, which is the design of talent, of skills, of practice. He was coming through the 5710, 731. So that depth would be expressed because in his unconscious, his body would move and his voice would speak. Not because of the 1648 giving practice again and again and again, trialing and trialing and trialing and figuring it out, simply because he had this unconscious intuitive guidance that he could then consciously identify with and give a voice to, that could then have influence upon others' way of thinking. For you see, with this unconscious 33rd gate here, that gives this capacity to retreat into one's own space and make sense of things. This 33rd gate has this magnificent power to share along the generational lines the secrets that have been previously unknown. And the only way to make sense of these secrets is through retreating into one's own space, being alone, making sense of the unknown, finding the words, and then sharing it outward. Or in this 23rd gate, this is a gate of assimilation. This is a gate that breaks down vibrations and puts them together in a new order, into specific words that hopefully others can understand. And so back on that not self side of things, we can see that this ego center is undefined. We can see that this person, Carl, most likely really wanted to receive approval from others. You know, he wanted to improve upon himself. He may not have accepted himself as he was because he wanted to be better than what he was. And that's fundamentally a trap of this undefined ego center, causing him this need to fight and struggle and rise up and to pretend he knows what to care for and that he knows when to move on. Up here in these wide open, undefined head center and ajna center, we find something very special. This is one of my favorite things to see when we notice that there is a center without any definition or any activation whatsoever. You see, there's no activated gates in the ajna, and there are no activated gates in the head center. Now, mystically, this means that in a previous lifetime, Mr. Young had actually completely developed on the faculties of cognition and thinking, conceptualizing, and inspiration. He's mastered the forms of inspiration, whether they be abstract, whether they be logical, whether they be individual and mutative. He's mastered those themes of thinking. And so in this lifetime, everything that was going on up in his head that he was thinking about and then speaking about, giving words to, had nothing to do with him whatsoever. It had everything to do with the world in which he found himself and the potential to share some wisdom with the world, giving influence from his instinctual direction and ability to find satisfaction along that emotional wave. Because the real magic is whether or not somebody knows about their human design, there's still most likely going to be flavors of both their true self, their deepest, highest truth, and there's going to be flavors of their not self, of their fraudulent, mentally controlled life. And if one does not know the difference between the two, one is most likely being caught up between the two and being torn in two directions. What do I truly do? What am I here for? And this is why my blessing that I wish to bestow upon you is that you don't have to question who you are or why you are here. I wish for you to know exactly who you are and how you function, because you can see it like a movie unfolding before your eyes. And so that's about all I have for today. I hope you're doing well. Take care. Bye for now. Like we talk about the not-self strategies of these open centers, the survival strategies of our ancestors that we inherited, as if it's this horrible thing. And the reality is they help us survive. What is actually experiencing and exploring those open centers and the not-self themes is the true self. It is the definition and the activation that is exploring what is open and white in the chart. And so it is her 214 with incredible power skills to rise up the energy and transform it into a more collective or tribal space wherein others can be involved with the energy she's rising up. And then down here in the 5027, there is this deep ability to care about the tribe and to defend the tribe, to care about who is sick, to recognize that, oh, hey, there are people that aren't receiving the necessary care they need to survive and thrive on this planet, and I need to do something about that. I need to care for these people who are less fortunate, because if I don't care for them, then they're going to die. And if people start dying, then we all could die, and that's no good. So I got to take care of my people, and I'm going to take care of them. Hello there, and welcome to Dharma Science Radio. My name is Ian, and today we'll be talking about the human design system. First off, I want to give a big thanks to those of you who participated in this poll here, because I appreciate the direction being given, and that's what we'll be diving into today. As you can tell by looking at this here, while there is the majority of votes for doing body graph analysis or life cycles analysis. And so for today's video, we're going to be talking about the basic body graph of someone in particular you might have heard of before. And before we get into any of that, I just want to give you the invitation, if you've been enjoying these videos, to send a like or a super chat even. Every little bit helps, you know, it can make a big difference in the life experience, and my ability to make these videos depends entirely on the support from my viewers. It's the only reason I can make these videos and share this knowledge. And so if you feel that you've received something as the result of watching these videos, I invite you to send a super chat, consider becoming a member of the channel, or maybe even signing up for a private session and really diving in. And a little side note for those of you who genuinely want to learn from this knowledge firsthand is that if you look at this right here, you'll see that the minimum donation for a session with me is about $40 reduced price for the minimum donation at this moment. And you'll find that via the link called Private Consultation in every video description. So I hope you're having a wonderful day. And with that out of the way, boom, here we go. We have a 6-2 sacral authority generator. And if you didn't already know by the thumbnail, this is Madonna's chart. So the first thing that's important to notice is that this is a 6-2 profile. The 6-line profile goes through a tripartite life process, which basically means that there are 3 stages to the life that the 6-line experiences. For about the first 30 years of life, the 6-line experiences the trial and error of the 3rd line. There is this deep experience of bumping up into things and learning what actually does or doesn't fly in the real world. And then after that first 30 years, there is a 20-year phase called being on the roof or being aloof on the roof, wherein the 6-line gains a detachment and a separation from that trial and error process and from life, in a sense. There is a detachment and there is an objectivity that begins to form. And so for these 20 years, this 6-line person is developing their own inner truth in preparation for the flowering of the 9-centered being in the 6-line format, which becomes the genuine human role model. That's in the light. In the darkness, they become a hypocrite and things are very challenging. So essentially, we have this 3-stage life process. We have 30 years of trial and error. We have 20 years of aloofness, of a step back, of detachment, and getting a bigger picture, getting an objective view of all that personal stuff that happened for 30 years. And then after that objective phase is over, the aloofness on the roof is over, then there is the flowering of a whole new being. And there is a demonstration of unique human role modeling that is available and possible. And so that's the conscious personality that's really going through this process that I had just described. And so in the unconscious design, that's this red over here on the left, this represents the actual physical body that Madonna's personality lived within. And so it was a 2nd-line personality. And so when we're talking about the 2nd line, we're talking about the natural. We're talking about the hermit. We're talking about the guru. We're talking about this ability to have a natural determination about things, a natural tolerance, intolerance for this is okay, that's not okay. And this is simply how I do things. I might not be able to explain every single little detail about it, and yet I have a natural way about things that other people look at and go, oh wow, look at that. Like, I think you'd be really good at this. What do you say? And so this 2nd line is here to receive the call, basically. They have a natural flow. They tend to be more alone, and yet they always need to have a possibility to be observed by the other, which gives them this chance to be called out. And in that calling out, then the inner authority and type strategy has this chance to say, this is correct for me, this is what I'm going to do, this is my calling, I've been called out. Or, this is just some call, it doesn't matter for me, I don't care, go on, do your thing. And so that makes up the 6-2 profile that Madonna was living through. You know, there's this deep, incredible pressure for the personality because this 6th line is seeing from a bird's eye view. It sees from way up above, looking down on all this little stuff, not always so easily being able to see its place in the whole big picture until it comes down off the roof and stabilizes into its own role model potential and really demonstrates itself to the world. And so if we were to look at Madonna's life and to analyze what happened those first 30 years, those 20 years after that, and the remainder of her life, it'd be interesting to analyze the various events that occurred and the stories she went through in her life. If you'd like to talk more about that, feel free to let me know. I don't really know anything about her history. Basically, what I'm here to do is to talk about this chart. And so the next area I'd like to look at are the open and undefined centers. Right here, you'll see the ego center. This is the solar plexus, and this is the root center. The root center is here where adrenal stress pressure comes from. The solar plexus is where emotions and real deep feelings come from. And the ego is where our sense of self-worth comes from, and it's where our willpower comes from. It's our heart in that sense. And so these are her 3 undefined centers, with the root being wide open. And so this wide open root means that in that very beginning, in those first 30 years, there was most likely a lot of pressure. There was most likely an excess of pressure. And what was that pressure trying to do? Well, basically, it was trying to avoid conflicts and avoid problems in order to receive the validation and the approval from others that she so desperately was desiring. My bad, I actually misspoke a little bit there. I had to double check. I confirmed that she's actually still alive. So one notice to you yourself personally, Madonna, if you find yourself seeing this video and you don't like this being shared in public, let me know, I'll take it down. No big deal here. And I'm happy to share. So this dirty laundry that's being washed right here is from these open centers, because basically the fundamental theme is to receive approval and validation from other people. That's what she's been dealing with in her life. And how has that theme been unfolding? By avoiding confrontation, by avoiding the truth, because if I can simply be busy, then I can avoid the problem and receive the validation. And so long as that program is running, being busy, avoiding problems, and receiving validation, then that's how we know the mental amplification field is what is in control, and it is what is determining behavior. There is mental decision making occurring, and it comes from these open centers, because what happens is that the human mind is very attracted to what we are not. And these open and undefined centers represent exactly what we are not. They represent areas that we do not have fixed and consistent energetic exchange. And because we do not have fixed energetic exchange with these undefined and open centers, the mind goes in there and it plays pretend. Because, it's got all these forces, other people around you, different planetary imprints from the transit program that's always occurring. Even if you walk by a plant, it might have a defined spleen for you. So there's all these transiting influences all around us, and our mind gets to see what it's like when maybe for a few minutes or a few hours or a few days, a few weeks, a few years, that there is fixed energy which normally isn't there. Say, for example, if somebody shows up in Madonna's aura and they have this 6th gate and they have this 19th gate, and especially if they've got that 44th gate right there as well, and the 45, like if they have all of those put together, if somebody shows up in Madonna's aura, they have the 45, the 44, the 6, and the 19, that would make her a 9 and 0, to where the two of them would feel like there is the whole universe together. The entire universe is between only those two people. And she would feel that this other person completes her, because this other person would bridge her split, connect the split energies on the inside so that there is energetic exchange. That's not reliable. It's not something she was born with. And yet other people can bring that into her life. And so if you bring in these forces, something can really happen. I began with the 6th gate here, because if somebody brings that 6th gate, then this channel of mating and the emotional system has been defined. And this leads to a likelihood of pregnancy. It leads to a likelihood of bearing children and mating, quite literally. It also leads to feeling good and feeling really bad, because it's not consistent. So she's around this partner, it feels great. receiving all this validation. Either we're busy together and it's great, or we can do nothing whatsoever and there's nothing to be busy about and it's so great. Either way, we're avoiding these problems together and we're really feeling good because I'm getting all this validation and it feels so juicy. And then the moment she's alone, maybe that person is a third line and they leave with some harsh bond broken. You know, maybe those bonds weren't so friendly in the way that they left. Maybe they left with an impact. Maybe she was left with a child from somebody who simply left. I don't know her history. One thing's for sure is that person left and all of a sudden her mind is left going back into these open centers and amplifying all the problems around feeling good and feeling bad. Because you see, somebody comes along with a defined emotional system and they define your undefined system. And then within you, your mind is amplifying all the energy they're providing to you in your amplification system. You know, you're thinking in a certain way about their energy they're giving to you without necessarily associating the fact that the thoughts you're having are relative to them and they're not simply part of who and what you are. It's actually relative to the co-creation of you and them, and then your mind going wild. Because it loves to feel good, you know? Just feel good, feel better, feel better, feel better, feel better. Keep diving deeper into that. You know, it's our human nature after all. Do what feels good. And yet, avoiding these problems by being busy, receiving validation and approval from others, it's never going to lead to anything fulfilling and satisfying. And that's how I personally would have to say it is most likely the case that it is not only what she's been doing. Because you see, the thing is there's no way to simply be a not self. You know, like we talk about the not self strategies of these open centers, the survival strategies of our ancestors that we inherited, as if it's this horrible thing. And the reality is they help us survive, you know. What is actually experiencing and exploring those open centers and the not self themes is the true self. It is the definition and the activation that is exploring what is open and white in the chart. And so it is her 214 with incredible power skills to rise up the energy and transform it into a more, if I could put it this way, collective or tribal space wherein others can be involved with the energy she's rising up. And then down here in the 5027, there is this deep ability to care about the tribe and to defend the tribe, to care about who is sick, to recognize that, oh, hey, there are people that aren't receiving the necessary care they need to survive and thrive on this planet, and I need to do something about that. I need to care for these people who are less fortunate, because if I don't care for them, then they're going to die. And if people start dying, then we all could die, and that's no good. So I got to take care of my people, and I'm going to take care of them. Because we're transforming this energy and rising it up. And that's this sacral authority definition structure down here. It's coming basically from those two forces. And then over here, in her thought process, it's this 1156 with the 463. And so the 1156 is the gate of curiosity. Rather, it's a channel of curiosity. And it can have a lot to do with being a storyteller. It has a lot to do with ideas. It has a lot to do with figuring out one's perspective on an experience after the experience has passed. And then being able to stimulate others with the perspective gained by the reflection. Over here in the 463, this is all about providing the logical collective answers so that society knows what to do. You know, somebody comes up to you with a problem, and if you're a logical collective 463, then you could provide them with a full-on answer solution situation relative to that problem. And they can try it out, and they can see if it works, and if it works, great. Then that is now part of this collective, and it's something that's being shared, and it's something that other people are going to participate with. You know, one of my favorite examples of this 463 channel is, I believe, a woman named Esther Hicks, who channels Abraham. And this 463 of hers does a lot of work in providing deep answers for the people to try out as a collective process. And so the thing for Madonna is that we have on one side, we have a mind that is fixed. You see this ajna, head center, throat center? It's fixed, it's defined. There is a specific energetic relationship in the way that Madonna sees the world and the way that she communicates what she sees. What makes it not self is when what one sees and what one communicates is determined by the thoughts of the mind. This is called mental decision making. And in the old school Law of One, Ra teachings, this was being purely service to self. What makes it true is when the mind is doing its actual job, which is the observation, the measurement, and the communication. That's its job. That's it. It's not about decision making. And so when her thinking process is not engaged with determining what her body's supposed to do, when her thinking process is engaged in response to what other people bring her, then they receive these collective, logical, abstract answers that are able to, so long as it's in response, hit the nail on the head in the way only a 6'2" can. And if you've experienced a genuinely empowered 6'2" in your life, you'll know what I'm talking about. There's something else. And so the real challenge for Madonna here is not only this open centers I was talking about here, this need to receive approval and validation from others, not only this open solar plex, this need to avoid confrontation and this need to avoid problems, not only this undefined root center, which is this need to be busy all the time, is that this is split definition. We have the pressure to think, the actual thinking itself, and the speaking of the thoughts is one structure. And then on the other side, there is the direction of life, there is the actual generative principle of the life force energy itself, and there is the instinctual awareness of life. And that's the other half of her structure. So the thing is there can be conflict between what the ajna, head, throat, sees and thinks compared to what the self-sacral spleen intuitively knows and responds to in the moment. What makes it not self is when the mind disobeys the sacral and says, even though it feels bad to you, we're going to do it anyway because we have to avoid the truth and receive validation. So this first gate here, this need to actually give one's contribution, and this ability to have a contribution to give. You know, the first line of the first gate is creation is independent of will. And I find that one very fascinating to me. This 13th gate is all about the secrets. And so does she have access to the secrets? Does she know what people aren't saying? Can she read between the lines? This 46th gate, can she truly succeed where others fail? Can she truly be serendipitous? These are the three most powerful poles. Is what is my contribution to express the secret of serendipity? Or how can I possibly cultivate serendipity, giving a contribution from the secret? How can I share something that hasn't been known and be recognized for it? And you might notice how none of that is necessarily a bad thing. And fundamentally, this is because the not self is fundamentally the that to your own this, if you know what I mean. Yeah. So there's a little taste of Madonna's body graph chart. I hope you have enjoyed this little exploration. You know, it truly is so profound to me. Each and every one of these charts is so very different. And there are so very many layers of nuance to what is available upon each chart. There's no way for me to possibly go over everything I could ever go over in a single little moment like this. And yet it's so much fun to explore and to share. And to hear your feedback. Did you enjoy the show? Is there other things you'd like to learn? Please leave a comment down below. Or even better, send a or even better, send a little super chat or sign up for a reading down below, and let's dive in together, where we can explore the nuances and the details of this juxtaposed 9-dimensional reality of energy centers, chakras here on the surface. The emotions of our awareness and our feeling of life and what we see, compared to, on the other side of this juxtaposition, is the 5-dimensional base reality of movement, evolution, being, ego, and personality. So I hope you're having a wonderful day. Take care. Bye for now.
If you have enjoyed the show and would like to learn more about how all of this applies specifically to you, then kindly refer to the link in this video's description, Private Consultation. Here, we can dive into all of the details together in a recorded call. May your signature vibration of satisfaction, success, peace, and surprise find you in a good way.